The attributes of the man that I deserve is a communicative man, understanding, patient, spiritual, and a leader.
But I think I kind of want to ask, can women even handle the rejection if they had to approach men?
I did. I handled it pretty well because I got rejected in the end.
But if you are confident enough to go up to the man and approach him, then you should be confident enough to take the rejection. Yeah, so I definitely don't want to be rejected by no
Do
man.
women have game?
A lot of women actually do have game to the point where, because we don't put it out front and we don't let you know what we're doing, you don't see it.
Bro, do women have game?
Only certain women have game.
In states like Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, there can be successful all black communities around these racist ass white people.
Who's to say that the whites are racist in the first place? I don't think that you've experienced racism in your life.
And that's your opinion. We'll be able to be billionaires, have Maseratis, all this shit. I said that, right? What the fuck does that have to do with me really experiencing racism?
There's no woman on this earth more beautiful than a black woman.
Like, we come in different complexions, even our hair texture. I mean, like the bone structure, like that's just so like dope. Like, black people are just so dope, and we're like multifaceted. All the talents that we have, like nobody's better.
First, Tyler Perry can go eat a bag of them.
Women, don't miss your blessing because he makes less than you.
You wouldn't date no man that could only pay the light bill? Everything else is perfect. He can only pay the light bill. You wouldn't date no man like that? All the ladies? Love, Dana, Q, none of y'all?
No.
And they should.
How difficult is it dating modern women?
I'm not going to say it's difficult. And you can take it how you want. But I don't think I've never had a problem getting women. It's about just finding the one that's compatible to take it to that next level.
Do you have fuck nigga tendencies?
Absolutely, we all got them.
True or false? Your value is objective based on standards set by society. Intrinsic value only matters to you.
All right, so break that down. I'm a little slow.
Wow.
But if you know you dumb, then aren't you acknowledging that value isn't subjective?
But I'll say, for the most, I say no.
And I was gonna say that y'all ladies also need to understand that when y'all ask us to believe you or be on your side, I usually say this on my panels. I was a simp. All right, I went to a HBCU. That's a simp indoctrination zone.
Those that went there and those of us that graduated.
Right, like, come
How
on.
did I disrespect HBCUs?
You gotta
No, you have to explain.
Wait. So
How
you
did I
got a
disrespect
degree.
HBCUs?
You went to a HBCU. You got a degree. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I misspoke. Pretty much all colleges and universities are simp indoctrination zones because the women outnumber the men by at least 7 to 1.
So my thing is, with you feeling like you're not agreeable, is it because you haven't come across somebody that you can actually agree with that would be on the same page as you?
No, what I'm saying is I should be allowed to express my opinion.
So if he wanted to invest in something, which is like, say, a gamble, and it's your mortgage, would you agree with that?
That's why I said something that's not detrimental.
Oh, okay. So that would be detrimental. Okay.
Right. Could be missing a tooth. She's smiling at you. Even the lowest of the low whites.
Because she's high on meth. So let me ask you this question.
Hold on, let me finish real quick. And this is another thing that white girls don't do. They don't cut me off.
Well, we're on a podcast, and we're going to talk. So we're not going to gas.
Let him finish.
Let me finish.
I just want some clarity on a few things, love. And we having our picnic. Spring is here, so we're gonna make that happen.
Like I said, B, I'll get back to you.
I want answers.
Other outside is human. She turn up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her hold, let her hold, let her hold. She doesn't show signs of stopping. So who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her hold, let her hold, let her hold.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Yo. We here. DJ Hamp the Stampede. We in the building. Mr. Fantastic. Big Aaron. What's popping, fellas? How was the weekend and all that?
Yo, what up? What up? Well,
Another basic one.
Basic, regular shit. Y'all see what happened to Angie Stone?
Yeah. I didn't know she was that old.
You know she was that old?
Yeah, I didn't know Angie was that old. I thought she was maybe in her 50s. I didn't know she was 63.
63.
Really?
Yeah, she was 63.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. God bless his dad, man. I'm sure I did a little tribute set yesterday. People be having so many hits. I just wish that we remember the hits when they hear, you know what I mean? Like, you be forgetting how many songs they be coming out with, you know? Like there be some shit, right? I be listening and I'm like, yo, how is this why don't we hear this more? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hold on.
He is my one. Yes, he's my father. Yes, he's my son. I can talk to him cause he understands. Everything I go through and everything I am is my support system. I can't live without him. The best thing since sliced bread is his kiss.
You be like, how you don't hear them songs a lot enough? You know what I mean? Like shit like that. How does it sound anyway? Man, God bless your dead for sure. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Make sure y'all answer the poll question. It's very important. Make sure that we hit the goal for the stream itself. We have 80 people in the building. We have 40 likes. Let's make sure the likes match the viewership. Let me see who in the building. We get it popping, man. E-Dub, salute. Mel, you already know. Foe was popping. D Majesty in the building. What up? Strada was goody. Excuse me. Dale Lee was popping. Oh, you back in the East? Okay. Miss Bells was goody. Good to see you. Almond Eyes in the building. True, what up? Miss Bells renewed that membership. DirectionCYOP.com. Bub, salute. Make sure y'all go get the latest merch, man. Rebecca, always good to see you. Riri in the building. Salute. Jay Wills, what up? I ain't seen you in a minute. Hope everything is everything. DC was shaking. So in Atlanta, DC got a kumite without the dying part. DC has elected to do 1 minute rounds with up to 10 people. So he gonna do 1 round, first person 1 minute, he get a 1 minute rest. He said as long as he can take shots in between the rounds, he good.
Shots is in alcohol?
Yeah.
I'm not to be no accessory to murder out this motherfucker or assault nigga.
I'm gonna give him headgear.
That's unsanctioned as hell, brother. No, sir.
Hey DC, you all right, man? Like there's a number you can call, I believe.
Yeah, bro.
He say he ready. He say he from the Bronx. I said, okay, that makes sense.
That just means he dirty, right?
Hell, I don't really agree with Charlemagne the God on much, but the 2 places that aren't real places are the Bronx and Florida for sure.
Get him out here, man. Stop it.
Vet, what up?
Wow.
Miss Jillian in the building. Make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Jillian in the chat. Rashada, good to see you. Call me Queen T as always. Happy Monday. Shirelli was popping. Bino, what up, my brother? Dre, what's popping, kid? 455. I see you, beloved. Yeah, man. Rest in peace. Rel was good. Queen C, as always. I like it. Victim Olympics was popping. Damn. Cali was goody. TC, I see you. John Henry, what up? CJ in the building. I like it. Okay, John. John going live later. We'll plug his channel. Pause soon. I got Miss Jilly already. Let me see. I got Dre. I got Fo. I got yeah. Swish, what up? My, what up? Dez, what up? Shab, what up? Let me see, man. Bronx niggas can't be trusted. DJ Riff was popping. Wody Mac in the building. What up, though? Uncle Rick, salute. Zagu in the building. Good to see you and all that, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Good, man. Vaughn, what up? Damn. So, rest in peace, Angie Stone, man. Be kind when you can. CC was good. She get rid. She had a car accident, right? There was something I had saw. She was talking about how Universal ain't pay her bread. But it's interesting how, like, or for her mass, she wasn't getting her royalties. Millions in royalties. But I don't know why people like conflate that with the car. Like, you know, they start releasing shit like that in a conspiracy and they try to relate it to the car accident. I didn't really look too deeply into it, but what you think that got some truth to it?
Listen, man. Any and every it's not odd to y'all that every one of these black artists, like once they start asking for money or once they start saying, hey, whatever, some shit happened, your ass either go to jail or hell. One or two.
Damn. But you know they were saying that same shit about Paul Walker. They said he started to say some shit off the wall and all that.
Yeah, well, hey man, it's the same. You don't do the conspiracy shit over here, but it's like you pay a price to get into that lifestyle, bro. You start breaking the rules, the price to pay.
Angie Stone know what she did.
But no, the money's part for her. I'm just saying, like you start talking about the money, people owe you money and shit. You ain't gotta pay it. And you ain't here.
But I think royalties get passed down too, though.
Yeah, if you already have the legal rights to them and everything is in order, yes. If not, it goes back to the thing. Just like with us, if you don't name specific, what's the name? That should go to the state, and then you got to go to the state to get permission to get it.
Yeah. Almanaz is right. There was an IG live. I had the clip somewhere, but I can't find it. But she was talking about how they owe her money. It's like, how did that shit happen, man? Like them 360 deals. I remember when they asked Yachty, I think it was on a show Joe Budden was on. They were like, "What's your deal?" Like he didn't even know like what type of deal he was in. He in a 360 deal where they get a piece of every single thing you do, no matter what. And they say in the universe. So anything you do in the universe, they're gonna get a portion of. That's literally the language in the contract.
That's
everyday
wild.
struggle, yeah. And then, like, did you hear the pain? Damn, she was the only one that died in the Sprinter Creek. That's fucking crazy.
The only one who's kind of wild. Him, come on now.
Hold on now. That's different.
For one, the
Jackson, what up, Joker? What up? Go ahead, my bad.
Die in a Sprinter van, like the only way you die in a Sprinter van is like that shit run off a cliff. You ain't nothing crunching that shit, but like an 18-wheeler or some shit.
Shit.
If you the only one that die in a Sprinter van, come on now. What the hell we got going on? We're gonna turn this shit into Tuesday.
Yo, hold on. I didn't even see that. Damn. Dottie said Barry White died making his will. Rainbow, what up? AC, what up? Damn, all right, hold on. Let me see. Oh, 18 will hit the Sprinter. Okay, 18 will hit the Sprinter though. Well, they just driving by.
Davey Way Show. Please hit Angie Stone. If you didn't know, Angie's universal. According to a release from the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, the collisions also injured 8 others who were in the van with Stone. Prior to confirmation Saturday night by the ALEA, family and friends confirmed Stone's passing. Quote, "My mommy is gone," wrote Stone's daughter, Lady Diamond. On social media Saturday, Diamond offered the public her thanks for the outpouring of love after her mother's passing. News of her passing went international over the weekend and brought comments from close to where she passed. Montgomery joins the music world in mourning the loss of Angie Stone, a trailblazer who voiced and artistry shaped.
Damn, yo. She got ejected from it. That's what it says on this shit right here. Oh, she was going to be more for the CIAA? Okay. Damn, man. I don't be thinking. I never really dove into conspiracies and shit. That shit seemed like you go down one of them holes, you never come out that shit. You know what I'm saying? Damn. So the all right, let me shift my I'm thinking of that shit now. Like, damn, man. Hit the like button, man. Uncle Rick with the $5 says, Hamp, look at the black blockbuster actors and comedians or musicians. The rights come up. The rights come up. What's that? Them rights come up. They
crazy criminals with 6 feet. Coincidence.
Like who though?
Hell, all of them. What you mean who?
There's not Denzel.
Well, I don't know. It remains to be seen. Denzel get paid though. Denzel had everything. What's the name? So it's for the people that usually don't don't know their rights and they don't have shit right. But now you asking for the money and shit. So I think a big thing too was remember. So you in Houston. So Chameleonaire, right? Mm-hmm. Remember, Chameleonaire got out of his deal because Chameleonaire hired his own fucking accountant and had the accountant go through the shit. And so Chameleonaire said, "Hey, look, you can let me out the deal, or I can fucking give the information that this accountant showed, and pretty much put everybody else on." So I think that's what it is for the most part of making everybody else aware, and then encouraging other people to start looking into things. But yeah, Rick named them all, man. Chappelle, Martin, Prince, Michael Jackson. Yeah, man, that shit's like undefeated. Yeah, Tory Lanez. That's another big thing too. Tory Lanez, bro. Tory Lanez beat the system with that crypto shit. Not crypto, NFT, right? So he made his own NFT and then had people buy the fucking album through the NFT, and the nigga made like crazy bread. And then now allegedly, he shot somebody with no DNA evidence, but it's 4 samples of DNA on the gun.
But not his?
Yeah, not his.
I don't know. I can't. That shit. I never really think about that shit like that. It just seemed like it'd be all over the place. Okay, what about Shorty Low? He was on to something?
Nah, Shorty Low was just, doing powder.
Damn, man. Callie said it was partial DNA.
No, that's not. No. It was none of his partial DNA there. None of it. Follow the trial. None of Tory Lanez's DNA was on the gun. Not partial. You bet $1,000 right now.
Partial. All right, let me see. Interesting, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. All right. Hold on one second. All right, so let me set the premise. So one thing, I've asked this question numerous times, right? But I haven't gotten a straight answer we haven't mined it all the way through. I was looking at different statistics of overrepresentation in a negative fashion. So we look at crime, we look at single mother rate, children without their daddies, the kids' reading scores, violent crime, prison, money earnings, and etc. And even just natural disposition. Does that speak to or correlate to conduct within a relationship? There's a speculation that we often talk about regarding the divorce rate. Sel, what up? Right? And we say, well, it's a 50% divorce rate. Women initiate 70% of the time, right? And so the assumption is that the women are breaking down the marriages. The women are the cause of why the marriages aren't working, right? But I say, okay, that's pure speculation. But if we draw correlations, if we're able to, regarding things, behaviors outside of a relationship, does that speak to conduct within a relationship? So this is
I believe
as previously, and we haven't got to mind it through all the way. What'd you say, Aaron?
I believe so for the most part, yeah. Majority of it.
Okay. What you think, Mr. Fantastic?
Yeah, man. Listen, girl. Come on, man.
What you think? Yes or no?
No.
Like emphatically?
Yes, emphatic fucking no.
And Aaron, you're saying emphatically yes?
Majority, yeah.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna go step by step because there's one thing, Mr. Fantastic, that you alluded to or said before, your experiences with other black men that you don't have with your white counterparts, that I want to dive into a little bit. You feel me? I want to ask this question real quick. You guys heard me ask it numerous times on the intro. Mr. Fantastic, I'm just asking. Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son? I never asked you that before.
Whore of a daughter.
Why?
Because she can stop being a whore. You can't stop being gay. One dick, that's it.
Okay, that's easy enough. Aaron, what say you?
Whore of a daughter.
Easily?
No
brainer?
Yeah.
Yeah, why?
Because they say homosexuality is not a choice. Being a whore is. So we can do something about the choice you make.
Yeah. Easy. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. First thing I want to mind out is gangster shit. Now, in our culture specifically, gangster shit is at the precipice of the things that we praise. All the movies, all the heroes, right? Anybody who comes from, a level of hardship and makes it up to the on high, in whatever way they need to get there, we applaud it, right? Would you guys agree to an extent that a lot of the heroes, although they may be fictitious or not, have a criminal element to them?
Yes, without a doubt.
There's also another thing that we talked about where there's issues that happen when you're amongst other black men that don't happen with your white counterparts or Latino counterparts or whatever the case is. Have we had that conversation previously? The disposition is different, being mean mugged, fighting over getting your shoes stepped on, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what has that experience specifically been for you guys dealing with other black men?
The same. Brian had I don't know for Aaron, bro. I haven't had a fair fight since I was like a kid, bro. And like niggas always want to, do stupid shit or whatever. And like you say, you got to eye wrestle with niggas. You got to have stare downs like y'all about to have the motherfucking WrestleMania match. And you learn to just like, give the nigga a nod and move on your way. But it's just this hyper aggressiveness to where we always in this mandingo, nigga lander bullshit for some reason. I don't know.
What you think?
Yeah, I've encountered a friendliness among the white community that I don't get among my own. And I mean that's usually the case in poverty-stricken environments, environments that are a bit more privileged. I would say that gap shrinks, it goes away actually. So I'm not sure if it's necessarily a race issue or a class issue. Because now that I think about it, when I'm in very poor white places, I kind of get looked at goofy as well.
What you mean?
So it's starting to feel like a class issue. Like it presents differently, but there's still that perceived hostility. Like if I'm in like a shit show town in like West Virginia or in the mountains of Pennsylvania, you know what I mean? Like you walk into some place to get gas or, whatever the case is, there's going to be stare downs and shit like that, just like it is in the hood. But when I'm in Montgomery County, PA, or, wherever, or there's decent money. It doesn't matter if it's a black area or a white area or white folks or black folks. There's a friendliness that just doesn't exist elsewhere. So what are you? It's fantastic. That's something I've been meaning to ask you. Being in the South, do you see it like in different economic spectrums, it differing, or is it?
No, so from the just with black people, it I don't think it changes. For the most part, you know, the majority of us are middle class, right? So do I think it gets a little more aggressive once you get to the lower class, the poorer? Yeah, definitely gets more. Yeah, it's just that hyper aggression. Like I said, down here. But just speaking, I've been East Coast, right? So I've been from Florida up to the highest I've been to Maryland. And then, like, for the most part, you know what I'm saying, Virginia. The only 2 times I ever had to touch my firearm, bro, as if to draw it in, you know, in self-defense, of course, was with niggas. I never got to a point or even close to where a white man, where, you know, it was about to be gunplay. So for the most part, like you said, I'm not saying that white dudes are quote unquote afraid of black dudes, but that's just not something, you know what I'm saying? They really not trying to get physical or whatever. You feel me? For the most part, it's just like, you know what I'm saying? That's something they're gonna avoid. But even especially, and it seems like, you know, little man complex, Napoleon complex, those niggas are the worst. And you already know what type of they on. Like,
yeah. Across the board. Yeah. 100%.
You're not trying to fight. You already know what.
No.
Case in point.
No. Now, I hear y'all talking about poverty and all this other shit. When you go into a predominantly black space, you do not know how much money people are making, where they come from, what their circumstances are. So to draw that correlation to poverty in the middle of a lounge bar club, that doesn't work.
Yeah,
now,
that's
if you
what
go
I'm
to
talking
the hood, y'all was talking about nothing. I was on.
No. We was that's what we were saying.
That's what
why
we're talking about. When you in neighborhoods.
Y'all were talking. Let me talk now. Tall niggas. Now, y'all was talking about nothing when I was on mute. I gave y'all a chance to talk. Y'all start talking about
nigga, we was talking. You just got offended when we started talking about the Little Fella Federation, nigga. That's what it is.
That's what he pipes up, right?
Y'all start talking about poverty and some high level bullshit, and that ain't it.
No, that's it.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
People with shit. Listen, Hamp. Niggas with shit to lose, Hamp, got a different attitude towards like whatever, bro. A nigga that ain't never been in jail ain't trying to go to jail. A nigga that's always in jail don't give a fuck. Come on now. A nigga that's got a job, and you know what I'm saying, he got you know, he got some shit going for himself. He not trying to fight your ass and end up, you know what I'm saying, at the very least, like you say, in jail, and at the worst, you know what I'm saying, fighting for his life or in the ground. Street niggas, bro, they not trying to hear that shit. And like you can tell they're different. Everybody, every city got a bad side of town, huh?
I know, but hold on. These guys.
But yeah, in the meantime, between time, man, while he on the call, that's all we saying, man. Like I said, I think most black men, you know, if we did a poll and the thing, they would say the same thing. When you were in a certain neighborhood, it's safer. Like you said, the hood is the hood for a reason.
I know, but what I'm saying is, I just saw a fight. It was an older dude and a younger dude. It looked to be at, it was a ball, during Mardi Gras, and they was fighting.
It's Mardi Gras, Hamp. Stop playing.
No, they weren't outside. Everybody was dressed up and everything.
Oh, like a ball.
Yeah,
like
it was an older
tuxedos
like
and shit.
Ball. Correct.
Okay,
and it was an older gentleman literally having the fight, and the other dude hit him with a bottle and everything. So I be having people send me so many clips. It's hard for me to like weed through them. I wish because it didn't correlate to me yesterday when I was formulating this topic. I wish it did. I would have had it queued up. Maybe I could find it. But so is it a class issue or is it a black nigga issue?
Both.
Yeah.
But more so class than what's the name. Like I said,
Yeah.
I know for a fact when I'm in certain places, I'm in certain neighborhoods, I got to be more on, you know what I'm saying, my head on a swivel than, you know, when I'm at others, right? Now I'm comfortable anywhere because you know how we grew up and shit. You know what I'm saying? I think that's one of the best things too. Growing up in the hood or growing up in a bad position, you're not shook, you're not afraid, and you have that you know what I'm saying, you have that demeanor, that aura. You ain't trying to start no shit, but if some shit go down, you know what I'm saying, you prepared, you're not no lick. So I think that's like a superpower of sorts. But for the most part, you definitely, yeah, bro, you're not finna be doing the same shit on the, you know what I'm saying, in the hood that you doing, you know what I'm saying, on the quote unquote good side of town or where everything cool at.
Okay. All right. So you see a group of black men walking down the street. Does it matter which street?
Oh hell yeah! If they on MLK Boulevard, nah, nigga, I'm locking my doors and you know and gripping the pistol.
Okay. Yeah, but downtown, I don't know, downtown Springfield.
Yeah, we good. If we at the motherfucking what they call like the town center or something, you know, y'all not really work there, you know.
Okay. So it's not a black man issue to have your head on the swivel or you know, niggas be face fighting, you know, situations escalating. It don't have nothing to do with skin color, it's just the class they come from.
No, we're saying it's both. So
Both,
we're saying, yeah,
the skin color is secondary to class. Class by far is a greater influence.
Okay. And so I guess that would be, does that count for the majority of us, since the majority of us are low middle class to low?
Yes, I think that, yeah.
I mean,
that effect doesn't, nobody can escape that.
I've never been pressed by a white boy in life, no matter where I've been. I mean,
I've been in some shady white neighborhoods though. I'm looking around like, look, listen.
He's a big one.
Yeah, we can get to it.
He's a big one.
He's a big one.
Yeah.
But do you think that our people, our men, have a different disposition?
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, that's and I think that's what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to fix for real. I mean, you know, nothing's ever going to be perfect, but the level of or the lack of care for one another, man, is been a problem for, you know, these past generations, like 80s forward, like post crack era, right? That's the unfortunate part of it. There's no way people love saying black on black crime don't exist, but it does. You know, proximity crime is a thing, but being that we're 13% of the population, there's no way we should be outnumbering white people when it comes to homicides. You feel me? Against each other.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like I understand, you know, I guess the class, the race, right? There's different factors that go into the disposition, right? The aggressive nature of it, you know. But because the class and color correlation is damn near 1-to-1, if our average income is what, 48 grand, 49 grand?
Yeah, 40 something.
Like the overwhelming majority.
All together, it's definitely less than that. But yeah, for the most part, if you're talking about it's safe to say under 50,000. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, so I understand we're saying this is this, but the majority of us are in that poverty level. You know, do the Latinos act the same?
From what I understand, I mean, if we got a Mexican in the chat, you can tell me, but nah, it's similar, just not as bad.
Okay, so money is definitely a factor there,
Yeah.
but just the aggressive nature. Do you think that we're more aggressive?
Oh, towards each other? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. Now, when you say towards each other, what does that mean?
A black man towards a black man, like you said, the person that statistically and everything, the most dangerous person to a black man is another black man. Not the police, not a white man, not a Mexican, not an Asian, not nothing else. And I know, like I said, proximity crime is a thing, but when you take into consideration, again, the higher rates is what is alarming, right? So when you get to the point, in fact, the matter where, you know, it ain't just fights, niggas willing to kill, over nothing. And a lot of us been in that position. Hemp.
Yeah.
Park a Crown Vic in the hood with 4 early 30s white dudes. And it's going to be, those are the cops. Don't nobody do nothing. Put it all away. Get in the house. Lock the windows, doors. Close the shades. Park that same Crown Vic with early 30s black dudes. These niggas are coming to take the block. Who are they? We got to go investigate, shoot the car up.
Yep. Shout out to Aaron.
Okay. Now, to be fair, right? Before I go into that, right? Because I think Strata maybe said it first, people say in the chat. All races shoot and kill themselves more, period. Right?
Yeah. That's why I said proximity crime. I addressed that by saying proximity crime.
But then you're saying the overrepresentation says that ours is more.
Vast overrepresentation is a problem. There's no way when you compare black men killing black men to every other race of men killing their men. And again, we're third now in population. Okay. Black men are the third largest group of men in the country. That shouldn't be, brother. That's a problem. And then just the eye test, right? So we brought up the trailer park versus the hood, right? Motherfuckers is poor, destitute, and high. More of them are dying from fucking overdoses than shootouts.
Yeah.
So even when we have the poverty argument with other, compared to the white people, they ain't shooting and killing each other. The motherfuckers just overdosing on drugs. Niggas is taking lives. You see what I'm saying? So even that's why I had this argument with people a while back, because the black on black crime don't exist. I'm like, you can literally look at white poverty, Asian poverty, possibly Hispanic poverty, and compare it to what happens when it's black poverty. It's literally it's a funeral home, bro.
Yeah. Word. So, okay. And I saw this lady, right? And I'm not even gonna give her the time of day by playing it. But I was something I was looking for. I look for I think my wife posted something for the kids on TikTok. I'm looking for it. So they showed the Trump clip when he going back and forth with the president from Ukraine. And then the black lady's like, y'all shut the fuck up talking about Trump. Because y'all see my president. He ain't taking no bullshit. He ready to right? Why we be so enamored with the aggression? Like, why did that stamp Trump's seal of approval? Because he was ready for some smoke, quote unquote.
It's part of the culture. That's what black men unfortunately laud aggression over most about anything else. Force and aggression speak louder than strategy and intelligence.
Did y'all see this?
Of course.
I ain't see the whole thing. Maybe Max, let me know if I got the right clip.
Message for them. Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them.
Matter of fact, can you share the one you got? Well, I'll let it play. I gotta call.
Okay.
Real quick.
Okay.
You'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal? That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world. And I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. And I understand that. But I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
I will respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the president of the United States' words mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014.
So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 is
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
That's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. That people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversations, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him. Me, like a new president in 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel. We signed ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's.
Is this close or should I share the one you got?
It's close. It's getting to it right here. So now it's the same thing right now. Yeah. So I can drop mine. It's the same part. This is where it needs to be.
It's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine? That you say what problems we have?
I have been to. I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this.
So I don't think people understood what he was saying, right? That the people are going to feel it, right? So basically what he's saying is, your people in America are going to feel it because you're going to fucking fight the war for us because I'm going to keep the shit going. He pretty much saying, hey, listen, I ain't laying it down. I'm going to keep doing this shit. So your people are going to fucking suffer because if this shit break out, now y'all got to get involved. So this is why Trump took the stance that he took, because people that are in power understands, like, you know what I'm saying, like little jabs and little slick shit that most people don't. You're real good at this shit, HAMP, and Aaron too, right? Aaron just, he's extremely, he don't give a fuck, right? But how you're very, very good at what motherfucker try to say some little slick shit that may be insignificant, but it's a test of, you know what I mean? That's what just happened here.
Okay. Now, he said nice ocean. That part kind of caught my attention. As though because we have the ocean separating us from the fighting, but eventually we're gonna feel it. Is he saying that we're gonna have to fight, or are you saying somebody gonna come over here?
What?
It's just what Fantastic said. It's not saying that they're gonna come over here. It's the oceans give us a false sense of security, like we could never feel anything, but not because they're gonna come here. You'll feel it because we'll draw you to us.
So the ocean thing
is a false sense of security.
Yeah.
Well, the ocean thing doesn't correlate then, right? Essentially.
No, it correlates. So what he's saying, what I'm saying is, you guys aren't war's not at your door, right? So you don't have to worry about war literally being at your doorstep. You have the comfort of an ocean, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. You feel me?
Yeah.
But
we'll bring you to the war.
Yeah, he's trying to get sympathy and invoke power at the same time. What people don't give Trump for understanding of what Trump doing. Trump is, I'm the, you know what I'm saying, I'm the big motherfucker in the room. I run this shit. I'm gonna do this shit, so on and so forth. And as a president, I mean, that's kind of how you want it to be. Just saying.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very
you will
good.
Feel influenced.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influenced.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble. Wait a minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet.
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of
except
times.
that America.
Okay, so I see they not doing like they doing what they should be doing, right?
Exactly. They doing exactly what they supposed to be doing. Bitch, how dare you? I gave you $300 billion. We can't account for a certain amount of it. Without us, you would have been destroyed. So how dare you come up here and then you begging for more money? A lot of people don't know the context. Hemp, he's here to try to get more money.
That's what he came here for?
Yeah, more money to keep. He's trying to keep this shit going. And he's saying, okay, well, in order for me to give you the mineral rights that Trump's trying to get, I'm gonna need more bread. Otherwise, you feel me? So yeah, man, this nigga here fucking, this is all bad, man. Like the media play and people's lack of, I guess, like history when it comes to treaties and pacts and shit. It's a lot of history behind this shit, bro, that a lot of people don't notice. But the media shit that was put up to build up this love for Ukraine, diabolical, man.
Man, okay. So do you think everybody sees this accurately, regardless of what we love to praise? You think majority of people just see Trump just standing up for, like, you're not going to talk to us like that, et cetera, et cetera. You here, you need help from us. You don't got the cars. This shit would have been over.
I think it's more partisan. I think it's partisan. The people that hate Trump are going to fucking say, "Oh, he's disrespectful," and and the people that like Trump understand what it is. So, yeah, but I do think it's more on for the neutral people that appreciate this, because I just saw a poll saying, it was like 7% of people back when it started was like, we don't give a fuck about Ukraine, and now it's like up to like 40-something%. There's people, we don't care. I don't care. It's not our problem. So more and more people, especially with the times that we've gone through financially and other things, like, bruh, we don't got billions of dollars to be giving to no motherfucking Ukraine, bro. That ain't our problem.
Okay. Now Cheek said he was trying to sign a deal to end the war when he got here.
That's what he's supposed to be doing. Yeah, but he was trying to sign a deal, but he wanted more money to sign the deal. And along with signing the deal, that he wanted the money because Trump was basically telling him, hey, listen, we're gonna sign this deal, but in the process of signing this deal, we got to get something back. And that's the mineral rights and the land rights and shit there, so on and so forth, for what we already gave you. Like, we're not giving you no more bread, bro. We done already gave you hundreds of billions of dollars.
Okay. See, I should have watched this first, because I'm looking like that. Who the fuck you talking to? But is that because I'm black?
Nah, that's just man shit though. That's what I'm saying. That's like nah. That's just like most men understand this.
All right, let me see. I want to hear a little bit more of this. This is my first time watching this.
accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on. I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me. That wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden, who is not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards, but without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President.
I mean, I'm looking like he talking that shit. So what is the actual one? I don't like the so when I'm listening, right? I don't like the water comment first and foremost, right? That annoyed me, because this insinuation can be vast. Because now we saying, what does that mean exactly? Somebody gonna come here, the water not gonna keep us safe forever. The only reason why we don't feel the pressure of what's going on is because we totally separated. But was America in World War One? How about World War II? How about the Korean War? How about Vietnam? So, like, what does that mean? Like, what does that even mean?
That means the oceans are a barrier to keep the war from coming to us. Whatever war we're in is over some ocean.
No, I know what that's the thing. Does it actually mean that? Or
yeah, so outside of the attack on Pearl Harbor,
yeah,
America hadn't seen no smoke.
Or does it mean fucking they got nuclear weapons in Russia? Like, what are you trying to say to us?
Nukes don't give a shit about an ocean, but the ocean still slows them down.
Yeah.
They make them easier to detect on the way in. We detect that shit, we detonate it over the ocean before it gets here. But sending a nuke from Russia to China is a different story. But getting a nuke here, you can get it here, but it's not like
so that's
Europe, Russia. That motherfucker's gone.
Yeah, so that's another thing people don't understand, bro. So everybody talks shit about the military, but don't understand military strategy, right?
Right.
So whenever we won these wars, specifically and purposely, especially like in Japan, that was a win-win. You blew the shit up, you destroy it, obliterate it, you help them build it back up, and by helping them build it back up, now we have permanent military occupation for that region. Okay, not just Japan, the region. So that shit China be talking, it sound good, but we at their doorstep. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? And then, like you said, now you have to fight a war on both sides, because now we right at your doorstep, and then we can send shit from east and west to box you in.
Right.
No other country on the planet has that dexterity. That's why the Cuban Missile Crisis was such a big thing, because that was a threat at your doorstep. So, motherfucker, hell no, what the hell you think going on? We're not finna do this shit. And it's literally the same thing that Ukraine is going through and Russia is going through now, as to where NATO keeps pushing up on the border of Russia, and you're taking away all the buffer states to where you don't have your enemies at your doorstep.
Right.
But, you know, a lot of
that's how Germany lost World War II, is because of the Eastern Front being covered by the Russians.
Exactly.
If it wasn't for that, the Allies didn't have it. We just kept them busy while them damn Russians did the damn thing.
No, it was all the Soviets, right?
Yeah, right, exactly, right. But now that they're being buffer states, right, with that going away, you have that front again created that makes Europe very vulnerable. But with the buffer states being in place, there's not as much, right? There's not as much threat coming from the Eastern Front to Europe.
Ronnie was popping. Ezekiel Ben Israel, salute.
What up, buzzing, birds flipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
So Ezekiel Ben Israel, Shalom. Angie said, gifted one. This might be risky members. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. Dre been a member for 10. Perfect. When Zelensky said we separated by water, I believe he meant Putin can't be trusted. He really saying Trump in bed with Putin and Trump should watch his back. Zelensky just wants in on NATO. Aaron with the $2 says Trump, white billionaire from New York. He don't play that. Oh, so it's a New York nigga thing now. Okay. Aaron with the $2 says he's saying no one touched our 50 states. That life was popping. Because the secret to our power here in the U.S. is that we have eyes and ears everywhere across the globe! Exclamation point. Which is why Russia had an issue with Ukraine joining NATO. Facts, Aaron and Fantastic. Too close. Damn. See, now I kind of want to talk more about this, but we'll drop the link a little later. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. When I saw that video with the lady applauding his disposition and how he acted, you know, it was applaud for the bravado and the things of that nature, right? I've seen other things likened to us that just kind of annoy me, right? The things that either we love or people say, oh, that's what make them black. Like in an example with Clinton, because he played the saxophone and smoked some weed, I guess, then he was like black or some weird shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And we were young back then, but I didn't quite understand what that meant, you know? We'll talk more about this for sure, but it popped in my head because of the gangster shit that we love, applaud, and acknowledge, right? And so if we have a negative disposition towards each other, if we overrepresent in aggressive stats, what do you correlate that to when we start talking about relationships? Is it an unfair correlation to draw where we say, okay, our relationships either don't exist, or when the women are initiating is because they initiate because they ain't happy, or are there other things at play? If we have a naturally aggressive disposition towards each other, does that also rear its head towards the women? And I'm not even talking, it don't even have to be on no physical shit, right? Just disposition of it's all we like, we're not trusting of one another.
Yeah, well, I think that's it's intersex also. It's intergender. So the women have the same thing towards the men. So I don't think there's any, well, you can prove it or you could correlate it. I know causation and correlation, but you can make a strong case to say the fact that black women have the highest level of domestic violence as perpetrators is also a thing, right? So you even have this hyper aggressiveness and violence coming from the men and the women both. So if you have two parties that are, you know, extremely aggressive and, you know, to where it may get physical, I think it just speaks to something like a problem we have just racially, regardless of gender.
Okay. Aaron, before I ask a follow-up, or should I ask a follow-up? You on mute.
I'm struggling to draw a correlation between aggressive behavior and the failing relationships.
Well, we speculate about 70% initiating a divorce rate, right? So we talk about the dynamics within our relationships, right? Or lack thereof, right? And oftentimes when we have the conversation and we start talking about the divorce rate, the women are the issue there, right? I've made the analogy that Big Chug don't come tell on nobody because he the one always doing something, right? But that was said to be maybe disingenuous to an extent because the women are leaving because they're unhappy. So now I'm thinking about factors outside of a relationship that could potentially speak to what happens in a relationship. Now, if you want to say the women are aggressive, whatever the case, all right, cool, right? But we could talk about that in a second if you would like to. But I was just looking at different things like, okay, where is the crux of the matter? Feel me?
I think the only correlation I could identify would be a lack of emotional discipline.
Okay. Well, the lack of emotional discipline is a lot, right? Right.
That's the only thing that's screaming at me. Would be that.
I guess I'm trying to thoroughly understand your premise when you say only. So is that like a small thing?
No, it's big. I mean, so when I say lack of emotional discipline, it can lead to unnecessary aggression, but it can also lead to the demise of a relationship unnecessary as well, right? But that's really the only kind of correlation that I can identify that would encompass both of those things. That kind of makes sense to me.
Okay. Now, here's an interesting point, right? Because just if I take this walk with you, right? The lack of emotional regulation, right? Let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
that's a better word. Yeah.
Now, when we have the conversation and we say we're raised by who?
Wolves, but yeah, women. Right.
Right. So if we say that the majority of us are raised by women primarily, right? Because even if like the weekend dad, it's been said numerous of times that we can't overcome the ideology that the mom is putting into the child with only 2 or 3 days a week. Right. So now you got the men being raised by the women and then take on that disposition. What happens in a relationship?
Yeah, it's going to fall apart because a man is going to move in a way where he believes he has a level of freedom to express emotionally that he really doesn't have. But that's because he learned it from a person who has a freedom of expression emotionally.
And so I'm just trying to understand, like, what is the crux of the matter?
I got you.
And then if I reach to make another correlation, if this is a reach, I acknowledge it, right? Because it's about the attitude, the reason why things escalate, right?
Right.
What's the other stat that we bring out? Oh, lesbian relationships, most domestic violence. Right?
That doubles down on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, because it's all about thought process.
Right.
And what you're taught to do or not to do, and who raised you, more importantly. So now if we raised predominantly by women, right, and we take on the mannerism, the disposition, etc., what happens when we get in a relationship?
And I mean, to further the point, I mean, I hate to beat a dead horse, but we also say that the man is a disciplinarian in the household structure. And without his presence, well, where do we think discipline would go? And that doesn't mean emotionally, just kind of overall. Just that rock presence to kind of set the standard and set the tone in a person's development, not just in the relationship, but in who we are. Right? That's the one steadfast component is what a man brings. He brings that stability, order, the structure, the discipline, all those nice words, you know, compartmentalization.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm just thinking through it. What you think, Mr. Fantastic? These correlations kind of make some sense.
Yeah, like you said, women don't understand. Women never experience true violence. You know, women never experience. You know what I mean? For the most part, the majority of women, as much as they talk about women being, you know, victims of DV and stuff like that or whatever, it's still the majority of women have never had hands put on them by a man, like a man would.
100%, right? I'm not debating that. Here's what the correlations are when we talking about the relationship.
I'm saying the same thing. Just what I'm saying. So women are quick to get violent because they don't know what true violence is. So women are more apt to put hands and escalate things to violence because the repercussions aren't as dire. Most women fighting don't end up in somebody, you know, in the hospital or with broken bones, missing teeth, and all this other shit. You feel me? So women are far more apt to escalate things that don't need to be escalated versus a man understanding, all right, shit, no matter how rah-rah and loud or whatever I want to get, this shit may result in my life ending. So let's try and, like I said, have some diplomacy and try to hash this shit out if we can and avoid it versus taking it there. Women take it there and then apologize after the fact.
All right. Well, why you jump to that one though?
What you mean?
Let's bring it back a little bit, right? We talking about here is what we're talking about, right? And we could walk it down their path. But we talking about the divorce rate, initiating, we ain't married, we ain't getting along. But the things that make us, the things, so the women are here, right? But nurture plays a huge part in how you present in the earth. If we literally saying the majority of us men are raised by women, who mannerism, traits, and disposition do we take on?
Yeah,
and
the woman, of course.
Yeah, and then and now look in the earth about how emotional we respond with violence, oftentimes, right? So I'm just looking at that thing, coupled with the things that we praise in our community: gangsters, drug dealers, killer gorilla niggas, right? And then you take being raised by women, the things that we praise, and then put that man in a relationship. How does he do?
Not well.
And we acknowledge the fact that when we around each other, it's a little bit more tense. You got to watch your rounds and all that. How does he do now in a relationship? And the reason why it's important, this status is important. I only brought up domestic violence when they talk about lesbian relationships. It's because of their attitudes, right? What they expect going to happen, disposition, emotionality, and etc. Now you take a man that comes from the constructs of which we acknowledge and put him in a relationship with a woman who come from similar, if not the exact same constructs. What happens?
Yeah, it's similar. It's like a magnet. It's like two same poles trying to deal with each other. It's gonna repel versus attract. So when you lack the masculinity aspect of it, and like you said, you don't have any type of proper emotional, training, right? That's going to be a highly toxic and volatile situation because you have two highly emotional individuals that have never even seen a healthy relationship. I think the biggest part of it is not only the missing of the not being raised by the man, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even in the case of not being raised by the man, the woman, like Aaron said, is trying to play both roles, right? So she's trying to be the nurturer and a disciplinarian. So you got all this confusion going on, and you couple that with never seeing a man in authority or a healthy interaction between the man and the woman of how you're supposed to do. People forget human beings are copycats. We're emulators. You learn how to walk, talk, and do all the things you do from watching other people. So when you don't see that for 18 years of your life, now you're out here in the earth. How you gonna get it right?
It's a fact though. But think about this, right? The woman being how she is, right? Let's say the behavior is unbecoming. We almost expect it. But now the man comes into the relationship with those same behaviors or similar, right?
Right.
He's off. For her, that's regular shit. Now, I don't think we should be accepting unbecoming behavior from anybody. I think that's one thing that we get wrong a lot, right? But what I'm simply articulating is that for the woman to be emotional and be up and down, that's kind of their natural disposition in a way, right? Just with the hormonal aspects and etc. But now a man come in displaying the same behaviors. Who do you offer correction to?
The man. Because you can't fight petty with petty. And I think that's exactly what's happening, where a woman will slip off her trolley and get emotional about something, and now his response is to do the same thing. No, like you always say, you have the privilege of denying me some sex, right, for a minute but I can't stop paying this bill. This bill has to be. I can't say to you, there goes your gym membership for the month because you hurt my feelings, right? Imagine if you did that. The kind of flat spin that's going to put you in. Now you think you're getting no sex tonight. That's going to be for the entire month until you pay the gym membership. And then you're going to have to do something else on top of that to get back the momentum that you had. But you're not going to do that. You're going to do something even more petty. And you're going to have a flat spin effect like on an airplane. It's coming down out of the sky right now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't fight petty with petty. Somebody has to toe the line to be the contrast that petty it crashes up against so that the petty stops.
That's the thing though, right?
Somebody got to be consistent. Because consistency exposes the flaw in inconsistency. It's the only way to shut it down. inconsistency. It's just now you playing ping pong with a ball of fire, and as it goes back and forth, it just grows.
Yeah, or at the very least, be the bigger person to understand this shit's not working. Somebody's got to walk away.
There you go. That's it. That is the ultimate. That right. Worst case scenario. Somebody's got to be big enough to walk away. But see, petty on petty ain't gonna do that. It's gonna self implode.
So what do we actually do with this great understanding of the actual dynamics? How do we move it forward now that we understand the dynamics?
I mean,
we already starting that from a sucky place, right? I agree, right? But what do we do though? Right? When we use the statistic of 70% initiations and shit like that, right? And just thinking about the truth of the matter, about the dispositions, what do we do then?
Well, that's what we're saying. So now you have to start holding a side accountable, and that's the difficult part here. That's what everybody's like, well, be a man, be a man, be a man. Okay. But if the man's being a man and he's doing what he's supposed to do, again, nobody's perfect. But if he's holding the majority of the bargain, providing, protecting, not being toxic, not being violent, not doing those things, now we start to have to ask the question, okay, why are you and what are you doing when you have lesser responsibility? A woman is complementary in a relationship for the most part.
But Ms. Van, all right, so if we take it slow though, pause. Who's doing all the things that you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. It can't be as to where men are at that much of a deficit. It just don't work that way, Hamp. That's why
I'm saying you named a bunch of stuff, but we didn't even get to the money part yet, right? That's why I didn't even bring in provision. I'm just talking about straight behavior though. So the reason why I'm looking at behavior is because how we even say we interact with one another, right? And then we raised by the women, and so we often take on emotional traits and things of that nature.
Okay, cool. So you're saying so demeanor and interaction, attitude.
Yeah. So like, how does that now take that?
I'll still say this. I still say this though. I still say even with that, and that's another part of it, especially the woman has a slight deification. Hamp. The woman is worship in the black community, bro. Dear mama, even though you was a crack fiend mama, you always was a black queen mama. Come on now, stop it. Black men can't just haul off and that's a female. So even though you have this lack of masculinity in the situation, black men are not handling black women in a way as to where, because I've seen plenty of things. Like you saw the video I did, you know what I mean? I went to viral for the shit on fucking Twitter. These young niggas out here getting beat up, Hamp. What's the scripture? It's better to live on the roof of the house, right? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of these situations where we see this, most men don't want conflict with a woman because it's a lose-lose situation. A woman can, unless she's killing you, Hamp, there's no justification in you know what I mean, taking it there with a woman. The same way when it comes to just verbal stuff. She can say all the wild, crazy shit, be a man, you're big, just a man, words don't hurt and all this other shit. She can say most diabolical shit. But as a man, you expect to walk away. And I'm saying in the vast majority of cases, black men still are trying to keep the peace. You know what I'm saying, in the situation. And not just black men, men in general. Men ignore a lot of shit. I say this all the time. Men do not get credit for the benevolence we give women. For real. Motherfuckers forget, we not motherfucking 60 years removed from the rule of thumb. If you know what I'm saying. Okay. We're not even 100 years, we're not a century removed from where it's okay to, you know what I mean, hey, I told you once type shit.
Okay. I understand that. But I understand that, right? But what is the conduct displayed? Like you said, people mimic and emulate. So what is the conduct of us when we enter into relationships? Are we more or less likely to be emotional? We see in lesbian relationships that shit escalates because both parties are emotional. Now you take that. If we're more likely to be emotional, what is the conduct? Because it's all speculation about divorcing. So what's the actual conduct in these relationships?
Overall, I mean, I don't think it'll be difficult to say what it is overall, because even a relationship within itself has many different facets and shit. right? So can we say that every toxic relationship is just toxic? No, it's a reason for it. I believe it's certain things that go along with a situation, a lot of different factors. If you have more money, you're gonna be, probably not as much stress, right? If it's a 2-parent household versus 1-parent house, it's too many layers to just say, you feel me? I don't think we can just say what's causing it because it's too many factors and variables.
Okay. So yeah, that's okay. So then, so something fantastic. With that being said, then do we throw away using this narrative of the 70% initiation rate?
No. What do you mean?
Well, because you're saying it's too many variables to say what's what, right?
Yeah, exactly. But now you go from plenty of variables to one common denominator. So regardless of all the variables, the women are still 70% of the time, and that's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand.
Okay.
If shit is always fucked up, 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 how is it that the one group is the one that's always starting the end of the shit? You can't.
I have a question.
Okay.
Could our inability to do our job to mitigate failure and fuck ups, could that be complicit? Looked at as being complicit to the fuck up or the failure? I mean, if we're going to say that women automatically are going to be a bit unstable and chaotic by nature, then that means up today, down tomorrow. And if we're supposed to be stable, we're supposed to counteract or mitigate the effect of down tomorrow. If we are responsible for making it worse, isn't that being complicit to it?
Yeah, no, it's not. I don't think it's a complicity thing as much as it is to where how do you as a regular human being, right, become everything at once? You're a person. If you're not a psychiatrist, psychologist, or a therapist or some shit, it's really not your job to, try and regulate somebody's, lack of emotion or whatever. They need fucking therapy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not talking.
No,
Go
but
ahead,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Aaron. A lot of these situations, these women are wrecked for whatever reason. And again, a lot of
beyond
times,
reproach is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Even within a okay. All
Let's
right, I
slow
got
it down though. So now because you're looking at common denominators, right? Because I just want to understand this. Because again, we have to acknowledge that our disposition is more likely to be. And I'm talking about not us right here, right now, but just generally is more likely to be more emotional because of who we raised by, right? We take on mannerisms we emulate. Okay, that has to be factored into why shit is failing. Right now, when you look at a common denominator thing, interestingly enough, and I just want to understand it, our divorce rate with white women is the highest, right?
Say it again.
Black men and white women.
No, hold on, let me see. I think that's false data. That's the data from the
What's
age.
the highest?
Huh?
What did you say? You said what between black men and white women is highest? I missed the word.
Divorce.
Oh, divorce.
So we're just trying to understand this because we want to get to the root of why things be breaking down.
Yeah.
And where do we need to put like a fix to? Is it oversimplified to say that because the women initiate, it's majority on them? Is it oversimplified to say the reason why Big Chug don't come telling nobody because he ain't nobody doing nothing to him?
It's definitely oversimplified.
Yeah.
All right, and black women have the highest divorce rate, by the way.
No, yeah, we understand that, but we're talking about interracial.
Well, I'm trying to see if I can find it.
You want me to share it or no?
Yeah, you share it.
Okay.
All right,
so we both both highest, right?
Yeah, both highest, right?
Mhm.
So let me see. Let me do interracial. What's that?
Yeah, so salute the shot. He said ChatGPT says black men and white women. And ChatGPT can search 1,000 sources in 30 seconds.
Yeah. Hold on.
But that
interracial couples, particularly those involving black and Hispanic couples.
Chris, what up? So, but look though, right? You bring all this shit together. All I'm saying is like, what's our assessment? Like, what's the real honest assessment? We lead in divorce with white women. We have the highest divorce rate, black and white, right? We raised by predominantly women. So I would assume, based on our crime statistics and how we see crime on First 48, motherfuckers is emotional as hell. And so now how does that rear its head in a relationship?
As a contribution to its failure.
But I'm talking about a real substantial contribution, right?
Yeah.
And now when you look at the common denominator fact, if that is a factor, that we also have the highest divorce rates with both, what do we do with that information? How do we break it down and then impart the right information on people?
Even if it's not a substantial contribution, it does absolutely nothing to mitigate whatever the substantial contribution is, which in my eyes makes it a failure anyway. And I think maybe the fix is to increase getting young men into athletics, men starting, just finding ways to expose boys to men in a way that in a trial by fire situation, whether it's athletics, a club, something.
Well, this shit like AA though.
Alcoholic, yes. Well, it's starting to sound like that.
This correlation by men that have a voice, it got to be honest, right? If there's no correlation, fuck it, throw it out, right? But when we look at all the things, and you know what I think a real dagger is? The fact that lesbian relationships are so volatile. Because it's about how they interact, right? It's about like what they lean into, right? And if they both lean into the emotionality and all that other shit, right? Because that number's used, but then we look at like, okay, we raised by women. What's our disposition? Look how we shooting and killing. Look how we feel away if you walk by me and step on my shoes and all that type of shit. Every time I walk in a club, I gotta make sure I'm good in here. I gotta watch my rounds because there's too many other black men in here, right? All that said, what's the real deal correlation? Like what do we really have to say now? What do we actually have to say? You found it? It says what it says, I think.
No, the one he's using is from the data from like 2001. 2009 data's right here. Give me a second.
Okay.
That's why you can't just trust ChatGPT. ChatGPT is biased too. It goes along with what people fucking tell you it says. You can share that, and I'll make it larger, right? So as you see here, it says H, and then wife, right? Husband, wife. So white husband, black wife, and this is from, so you guys can see it's from 2009. This is the most up-to-date thing you have here from 2009, right?
Mm-hmm.
So y'all can see it. So I'm not.
I ain't gonna hold it. We can't trust ChatGPT, nigga. We can't trust shit.
Can't trust ChatGPT. What's wrong with y'all, man? ChatGPT gonna be on the bullshit too. So like I said here, 2009, right?
Email for me.
All right. Yeah, I don't trust that shit either. You gotta check the sources. Don't trust the shit to do your papers. All right, so it's telling you, right? Couples, white, whatever, interracial couples, all white husband, black woman, 0.04, black husband, white wife, 0.006, white husband, Hispanic woman, 0.18. So this is saying right now, if it's saying, is it saying duration of marriage? Because if it's saying duration, it's saying the fucking shortest one. So no, potential predictors of marital dissolution. So yeah. All right. So the highest is not black men and white women. That's 0.006. The highest would be
Hold on. Slow down. What are we looking at? Because it's a 0.009 point Asian H
husband. So husband, wife. H is
okay.
husband.
It's 0.005. So
that's Asian husband, white wife. That's the
but you
lowest.
moved the decimal only 2 places. So 0.5%.
No, 0.00. Yeah, so no, it's like so that would be less. Yeah, 0.5%. That would be 0.5%.
So that don't make sense. They divorce 0.5% of the time? Hell no.
Yeah, that's what it's saying.
But you know that ain't true. Because go
well,
up.
Yes, it's a rare. If it's a rare pairing, yes, it is.
No, white, but that's the thing. White husband, Asian wife is a huge pairing. Remember?
Yeah. And
there's a lot of them though.
They never get divorced. Asian people love white people.
Come on. Hold on. You saying they divorce less than 1%?
Hamp, you know how much shit you talk about fucking anime, right?
Yeah.
What do you know about all the anime characters? What are they?
They white.
All right. That tells you white motherfucking Asians worship white people, bro.
Hold on. That's fantastic. Point. Because look at this, bro. Look at this though. Go up.
You said go up. Okay.
All right. Where are black to black? So look. So then see how it doesn't actually correlate. Black to black, it's 64%, and then black and white to white is 74%. Nah, we reading something wrong.
Yes. What is this? It said potential predictors of marital dissolution by marriage type.
Man, take this shit down, nigga.
Hey, it says what it says.
This shit down. What the fuck is this?
Black men ain't the worst. How about that? That's all that matters. No matter how you're looking at it. Black men not the worst.
No, that's all right. That's okay. But what what it actually does say though is that we have a divorce rate high as hell with white women and with black women. That's the actual common denominator. And I'm just looking at this objectively about what we have, and then couple that with our disposition towards aggression, emotionality, how we even feel about each other, and then correlate all that we know with a relationship with a woman. How does that actually manifest? And then let's say the women aggressive also, right? So we're not dismissing that, but we saying now look at us, and then look at us in a relationship. I think that there's a different conversation that has to be had, honestly, when we look at the causes of why we are how we are, and then correlating that to our relationships failing overwhelmingly, if we being honest.
Who coined the term simp?
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I guess more importantly, the question would be, who'd be more likely to use the term simp to describe a man that is maintaining emotional discipline in the face of conflict with his woman, rather than going there with her? You think a black man be like, "Oh, you simping out because you are not tripping with your girl tripping,"
no,
or you're not exacting some kind of punitive measures? You just letting her.
No, I don't see black men saying that. Do you?
Kinda.
Are you talking about like lingo?
Yeah.
No, not lingo wise. Like I don't hear motherfuckers saying simp and all. I don't hear. I'm just saying ling jargon. It doesn't have simp in it.
Yeah, but niggas definitely created simp. Without doubt.
So you saying that to say what though, Aaron?
I'm saying that if a man were to like show any kind of stoicism at a time where another man would think you should be flying off the handle, he's gonna call him a simp. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, no, it's not. It's not more so in the reaction simp. It's more like what you're doing. Simping is more so overdoing it for a woman that's not, you know, that's not interested in you than you doing, you know what I'm saying, your wife. Even though, you know, jokingly we say it, but I mean that's your wife. But you said, but the simping is mostly replies to, you know, a chick that's not interested in you that you're interested in.
Well, we know white men are the biggest simp.
No, I know the definition of it, but I'm just saying if there's like a conflict,
okay,
the man doesn't respond in an abrasive manner, what is the likelihood that people will say he's being a simp?
Like you think
Well,
niggas
stop
would be in the
simping, you better check her.
You think niggas would be in the background? Like, you better check that bitch. Something like
Right,
that.
right. What would a man that doesn't check her? What would they call him?
That's a thing. You talking about in real time? Like, what's the hypothetical you presenting? So I can understand it.
Just in real life, just exactly that. That's the hypothetical right there.
Niggas ain't saying shit. Nigga be beefing with his chick and all that. Niggas ain't saying nothing. Niggas letting that shit happen.
Yeah, you're not getting involved.
But what are they going to say to him? Not necessarily get involved, but just in conversation, analyzing certain situations.
I don't know. It's hard. Niggas usually mind their business.
Yeah, that's what you say. But what? Huh?
We got to stop snitching and all that. If it's my man and he wilding with his chick, that might be different. But I would more likely intervene, tell him to chill. I think. I don't know. It's hard because you know the repercussions. Just an argument got repercussions to it.
I don't think we understand what.
Like they arguing. Jake come. The likelihood of somebody got to go, right? That's how it is in a lot of states. I don't know how many states, but the couple states I know, somebody gotta go. Whether they leave, lock them up, detain them, whatever the case is, somebody got to leave.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm getting at. Like, let's say we're watching footage, you know, YouTube, whatever, World Star. There's a couple in a bar, and she's tripping on him, talking crazy, and he's not checking her. What do you think the comment section of that video is going to say? It's kind of what I'm at.
Yeah, he's a simp ass nigga. Or he weak.
There you go.
He's more so weak than simp. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm trying to understand. See, that's the thing. We are least. So I think the bottom of that totem pole is definitely between us and white men. Latino men already say that. In a rap battle, nigga Cortez, Puerto Rican dude, he said in the battle, he battling a girl. He's like, I'm Puerto Rican. I hit bitches. And all the Puerto Rican niggas like,
yeah,
like so that, and that's verbatim in the battle, like verbatim. He said that. So the checking shit. I don't know if that. I understand what you're saying, Aaron. But you saying that to correlate it back to what specifically?
That I think men are afraid to be stoic, or men are afraid to use non-action, or men are afraid to let a fire calm down enough for it to be killed from the base, for being viewed as a simp or soft, and in turn responding to fire with more fire, making shit worse. Back to what we were saying, not being the contrast, fighting petty with petty, not being the contrast to petty that's truly needed to shut that shit down. You know what I mean? Like if she's cussing me out here in this bar, instead of cussing her out back, say, all right, listen, babe, tell you what, we're going to wrap this up here and we're going to head home. And wearing her ass out in the house. But because that wasn't done in public, people are going to say, oh, he's soft. He let her talk that way, got her in the car, got her out of there. Even if it takes, you know, a little bit of greasing of the wheel, so to speak, to get her out of there. And then when you go home, hey, listen here. Don't you ever fucking talk, you know what I mean? Like that doesn't, the world wants him to do that at the bar before the bill is paid.
Okay. So what does that mean though, Aaron? I understand
that men are moving in a way that isn't conducive to the success of relationship. They're fighting petty with petty because they're afraid of being disciplined enough to make them look like a simp.
Yeah, so the public perception of you being weak or a simp or so on and so forth interferes with the thing of what, like Aaron says, good leadership is, hey, you punish in praise in public, punish in private, right? So let's say your girl is out and she had too many to drink or whatever, so on and so forth, or she had some shit going on. You ain't supposed to motherfucking backhand her with a baby powder and be like, bitch, you know what I'm saying? Check your tone. Hey, it is what it is. As a man, you take some little bit of the public humiliation, you get her out of there. But then, like you say, as soon as we get in this car, bitch, this is a one-way motherfucking conversation that you're not gonna fucking enjoy.
Shit.
Yeah, and you lucky that your ass not getting left on the porch like the Flintstones. Yeah, you lucky, bitch.
Right.
Yeah. So I get what Aaron's saying now. Yeah, a lot of it, but being that everything's on social media now. Yeah, man, you got I think more relationships. I think we had this conversation. We never went in depth, but a lot of conversations end because of social media perception and people trying to fucking, you know what I mean? What they say? What was the shit a couple years ago? What was it? Relationship goals, and these motherfuckers faking the whole time. Fuck out of here, man.
Okay.
Ain't nobody, I'll tell you this, so you niggas that don't know, ain't nobody happy every single day. If all they showing you on Instagram, YouTube is flowers and candy and celebrations and rainbows and shit, that shit fake as fuck.
That's a lie.
Okay.
The question is, how do we deal with the unhappiness? How quickly can we restore the happiness? And the man's lack of emotional discipline slows that down.
But go back. I understand.
All right, go
back. Go back. All right, so we get it, right? Niggas got to learn how to handle situations they cannot because they thinking just as emotionally as she is, right? He's also emotional, not only with the men around him, but I would assume, which is a safe assumption, with the women he deal with. I seen a nigga in the Bronx get shot over cold French fries. So if we're honest about the breakdown of these relationships, right? What would your final say so be? And in regards to our disposition, coupled with our women's disposition, what happens? When I look at that 70%, now that we did this analysis, and then there was a correlation of black men, white women not doing well, black women, black men, black women not doing well. What is a genuine observation of everything that we've discussed so far regarding our disposition? What would you actually say now that we brought all this information in?
Yeah, but whoa, no. You try to sneak that one in there, brother. No.
Are you asking for a redistribution of culpability?
Well, no. Well, first off, again, no. First off, again,
he's not gonna let that happen.
Yeah, it's not gonna let that happen. It's not just black men doing bad in both situations. It's black women doing worse than black men, first and foremost. So we're gonna take that into consideration. There are more divorced.
Not violently. Not violently.
Yes, it is. What? Wait, what?
Not violently. They're not doing bad worse than us.
Oh yes, hell yeah. They're doing way worse.
What?
Because again, the only demographic with a higher divorce rate than marriage rate is black women.
Negro, I said violence.
What are we talking about violence for? We talking about divorce.
That's what we was talking about. We talking about our disposition in the earth, right? Violent. Okay. We lead in violent crime, right?
Well, whoa. Well, hold on. So I mean, yeah, of course, men naturally are going to lead women in violence across the board.
We lead
So
everybody.
that's moot. But that's what I'm saying. Even still, black women also lead in violence of all women. So, and when we get into the lesbian relationships, that shit is scary. That's motherfucking.
But it's fantastic. Okay, I know, right? I know that. So we lead in just exhibiting violence, at least with the crime stats, right? And then we raised predominantly by women, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is our disposition likely to be? How are we likely to handle situations?
Being raised by violent ass women. So you respond to violence.
And we come out a particular way. Now you couple how we act with our bravado, natural disposition, our dislike for one another, seemingly, that we talked about ad nauseum various times, and then put that man with a woman who's also volatile, right? And then we try to say, yo, she wilding, but look at all the shit he come from. Look at his disposition. We gotta be honest about it, Mr. Fantastic. Let me do this.
Brother.
Come on, brother, 3 times. We gotta be honest.
Not putting that jacket on, brother.
It's not about a jacket, but what I'm saying is the 70% jacket that we putting on, because we want to get to the crux of the shit. Feel me? If we just keep telling niggas, yo, they doing 70% initiation of divorce, so therefore they don't fuck with you. But Sean came up here, said, niggas be throwing dick, pause. But we ain't even on that shit. We talking about our disposition. Like, what's the honest take, an objective observation about everything that we presented today regarding how we act?
On the outside looking in, again, black men have issues and problems due to a lack of fatherhood and a lack of masculine leadership, right? So you get into these relationships, you're trying to figure out best you can with a woman that's in the same position.
Exactly.
The problem of what's not being properly assessed is, okay, now you're blaming the man for something that he cannot overcome. But at the same time, because he's a man, nobody gives a fuck and he has to fix it and figure it out. That is the unfair and impossible fucking situation that the black man is put in, unlike any other group of men. We don't care that you didn't have a daddy. We don't care you weren't raised masculine. We don't care, but nigga, figure it out, be masculine, and then make your relationship work. So not only are you responsible for yourself, now you're blamed after you miraculously motherfucking heal yourself from this 18 years of non-daddy, non-man, none-whatever. Now you have to figure out a way to make the relationships work with women that are aggressive, violent, have no respect for fucking the masculine principle or men, period. And when it don't work, nigga, it's your fault. Make that make sense.
Yo, it sounds like a tall task. It sounds like a really tall task, right? But here's the thing: what we talking about is what we talking about. So everything you say, be it true, what we're simply saying is it ain't working, right? And they may be damn near improbable that it's going to work. However, when we start looking at the reasons why we separating, we got to be more honest about it based on everything that you just said. He don't know what he doing. He don't got nobody to teach him. He emulates the person he's around. So what actually happens, Mr. Fantastic?
But that's the thing. If it was different, and like I said, if it was exclusive to us, I could agree. But it's the same way across all races. The same. It's just like you said, it just elevates a little bit for black women because black women are, again, the worst at marriage. Clearly. It's not a guess. It's not the stats say it.
Fantastic. We can't say that when
you can say that.
Hold on. Let me finish. You can't say that when we just saw, salute the ChatGPT, that we also got the highest divorce rates with white women.
That's not accurate. I'm telling you, it's not accurate.
We looked at that shit before, I think.
Yeah, Medium Man already fucking just debunked that shit. White women divorce and they marry and divorce. I think Hispanic men at a higher rate. I'm trying to talk shit to you and try to find the fucking shit at the
But
same
here's
time.
one thing we do know, Mr. Fantastic. Our divorce rates with white women are higher than that of the divorce rates with black women and white men.
Yeah, but that too, that information is from 2001. It has not been researched again, HAMP, since that time. So until they redo the thing to give you the data to substantiate that, you're using fucking data from over 20 years ago. So, and again, hold on. Remember when I had this again? Shout out to Crystal Karazin, the swirler queen, the woman that started the whole swirler movement, has the data and the information saying just the opposite. Black women have some of the highest divorce rates with white men. So that's what I'm saying. When a person that this is her life's work to introduce black women into fucking being interested in and trying getting fucking married to white men, and she comes out and says and gives the data point of white men and black women have a extremely higher fucking divorce rate in 2020 whatever versus 2001, where the data was, you know what I'm saying, was barely there, and then the numbers were much smaller. That's what I'm saying. That you can't tell me that again, the woman that has the highest divorce rate overall of all women, okay, that's going to track. That's going to track, HAMP. This is the only group of women that have a higher divorce rate than marriage rate.
Here's the thing about Crystal, and I don't even know who that is, right? But what I'm saying is the data that we do have, even when we looked at the data that we tapped into that you had, was that old, right? So we're not being unfair to the conversation. We're looking at old data. So that's what we're looking at this point in time, right? And the correlation or the data says what the data says based on what we have access to currently. Yes, I agree it's old, but it's equally as old. So the white man, black woman, white man, black woman, and the black man, white woman stats are both the same old. And what they do say is what they say. That's simply what we have access to. But then look at, again, everything that we measured. Other things that correlate outside a relationship, how does that manifest in a relationship? I think we have to be more honest if we want to really help out these relationship dynamics. Because if a motherfucker can just say she want to leave because she ain't happy, but he acting like a bitch himself, right? He ain't never gonna see the bitch in himself unless you say, hey, did you think about this? Did you think about the fact that you was raised by your moms? Do you think about the fact that the women have always been an authority in your house? Have you thought about the fact that you wasn't raised with your father? Have you ever thought about the fact that the things we praise and what we willing to do for respect because of we emotional for somebody stepping on our sneaker? How do you then take that man, put him in a relationship and expect success? You see, the edification on the front end matters more than just us saying this person ain't shit, that person ain't shit, this person ain't shit. No, we got to assess all of that shit. And then I say, brother, you probably was doomed to fail, right? Because of what you were given initially, right? But you can do something about it. That's what I'm saying. Well, now y'all not tall niggas quiet now, huh?
No, I'm with you.
Nah, too late. You took too long of a pause.
It just can't be.
What happens with little man, bro, you know what I mean? They're smelling themselves.
First off, y'all gonna stop telling everybody I'm little. One, I'm not little.
You're short.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vertically challenged, brother. You're right. Vertically challenged, but you're a BABB in my eye. BABB in my eye, guy.
So, yo, I'm just saying, bro. That's yo, this the shit though. You know what I'm saying? One pill said, I'm taller than this, asshole.
How much?
Aaron, you asking too many questions. So, you know, I just wanted to really break it down, man, because this is a true assessment. You feel me? It really is. Let me see. Chris, what up, my brother with the $5? I won't check on her at the bar unless necessary. But rest assured, your placement will be waiting for me when we get home. A smooth eviction notice.
Wow.
So, this one to say. Crimson was popping. Yeah. Now, I don't know, right? See, Criminal, this is one thing, and it's a totally different subject, right? But I've addressed this before. It's like we've justified unbecoming behavior. And we say, oh, that's just her. That's just they disposition. They just got their, 28-day cycle. Like that just is what it is. I'm like, hell nah. Unbecoming behavior is unbecoming behavior. It don't matter that nothing, right? You can see disrespect. You don't even have to attach a gender to it. So if somebody is being disrespectful, that should be checked and it shouldn't be allowed. So I agree with her, but I just think that we've made a lot of room for unbecoming behaviors. All right. So this one is key. I'm gonna drop the link in a second because I think we kind of been on it for 2 hours, right? But I think this is important. There was one more I wanted to assess, right? Money. Where do we fall with money? Are we below everybody else?
But Mexicans.
But the Mexicans? That's all Mexicans, right? Puerto Rican Mexicans, Dominican Mexicans.
Yeah, all the cans. Yeah. All the Hispanics, man. The Hispanics and Latinos. Shout out to y'all, man. I don't know disrespect. You get cut because a non-Mexican or Mexican.
I'll be saying that to the Puerto Ricans at home. They get mad.
Oh yeah.
The
Mexicans are the niggas of Hispanics, by the way, and Latinos. But anyway, go ahead, continue.
Yeah. I mostly know Puerto Rican Mexicans for the most part. But the money though. Why?
What do you mean?
Why are money so fucked up as black men?
Again, that's a major part of it. Not being raised by men. Men are always far more conservative, and men save more money than you spend. But when you're raised by women, you know what I mean, especially materialistic women, as to where you can't afford to provide your family with food, clothing, and shelter, you have to depend on the government to do it. But then you still go out and you make sure you have the hottest, flyest, you know what I'm saying, most recent clothing and appearances and shit. You out here in designer while you getting motherfucking EBT and staying in Section 8. That creates a big, huge fucking problem.
Fantastic. We don't care.
Don't care about what?
We don't care why a nigga broke. All we know is he broke. When have you ever gave yourself an excuse or anybody excuse because they was raised by a woman they can't manage their bread?
No, I haven't given you that excuse. Of course, not on the surface, especially if you talking to me about
Let
bread.
me talk, nigga. You a bootstrap nigga.
Exactly, I am.
So why are you even saying that?
What are you talking about? I earned, nigga, I came from nothing. I'm from Macon, Georgia.
That's
I grew up
what I'm saying.
I grew up poor. My bad. I grew up poor. Can't afford the OR.
When you started wearing shoes?
Shit, once I could buy them myself.
So,
well, hold on, nigga. Don't play with me. Okay, when did I start getting the shoes I wanted? You see, niggas love trying. Okay, niggas.
That was almost clippable. You almost.
No, nigga. Nigga, I've been wearing shoes since the beginning, nigga.
You almost blew right by it.
You and these slave references.
He almost had you there.
That was slick.
Nigga. That was slick, man.
Almost.
That was slick.
I'm taking a trip to Dallas, matter of fact, right? I was gonna fly, but I gotta drive. I gotta bring my tools with me. I'm going to save D-Town. I'm going to save D-Town, bro. D-Town, if you listening, I'm coming to save you, my nigga. Fuck that shit, bro. I asked D-Town a question. I said, do you work from sun up to sundown? And do they give you a bag before you leave the office? He said, hell yeah, goddamn. I said, I'm coming to save you. I'm coming to save you. I'm coming to save you. Yo, D-Town, I'm coming out there, brother. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna let you die. Nah, y'all not here. He's free. You know what I mean? He's free. D-Town popped up.
You said, hell yeah, goddamn.
but the money though. The money though, man.
I think that's cultural.
Why are bread so short, man?
It's the culture. We don't make being smart the cool thing to do. And whenever we come across money, we're more concerned with using it to appear wealthy than to actually get wealthy.
Shout out to Aaron.
And that I mean, that has whatever that has to do with the women is inconsequential. Because I don't think that should really impact the way. I think they should just be forced to get down and lay down and whatever we do with that anyway. So, I mean, that's the unfortunate long and short of that. But yeah, I think it's the culture. We don't prioritize anything in our lifestyle that actually leads to any real education or wealth. It's not cool to be a nerd, and it's not cool to not look rich.
Now I'm gonna talk to the ladies for sure, but that bothers me.
Oh, it kills me. I hate it.
What you saying?
No. I'm with you. It kills me. I hate it.
But that bothers me, and I already know the rebuttal. When we the most involved fathers, bro, I hate that shit. What's up, fellas?
Well, again,
we
man,
broke.
Like,
we broke, Mr. Fantastic.
We not broke. Ain't no broke five broke over here, goddamn. We ain't broke.
Not us, but we.
No, but even still, I'm saying just black men in general. Again, the median income, right? We don't make a median income on par with two classes of people above us, right? Yeah. And then you got to understand you're trying to compare yourself to a race of people that's a very, very small percentage, but somehow, some way outperform the large percentage here. So if you're going to compare yourself to that and then understand the industries that they've taken over, and pretty much like Aaron said, so not only is it frowned upon to be intelligent, right? It's frowned upon to know how to manipulate the system, right? Legally. You got scammers, finessers, and all this shit. That's cool. If you scamming, oh yeah, that nigga together. But if you know how to motherfucking, get an LLC or S corp, and then move your money and things or trust and move it accordingly. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit, nigga. Who is you? You feel me? So it's like anything that's really educational and enlightening to the point of where, like you said, it's money saved versus money fucking paid, bro. It's frowned upon. And I was saying this the other day, Hamp. What the NFL got? How many people in it? You think? How many people in the NFL? Like 1,000, maybe.
53. 61 times 32.
1,700, I think.
61 times 32. What's that?
61 times 32.
It's
Yeah,
like
so that'd be
16, like 16, I think 17.
So either way, right? So you less than 2,000 people in the NFL. Then you got 100 some people in the NBA, right? Or 900 people in the NBA, right? No, it's less than that. It's 450. So it's 15 people on the roster, and then you got 13.
19 is about 2,000 people in the NBA, NFL, including practice squad.
So professional athletes, right? And then all of them aren't black, but majority are black. Those are the millionaires, right? There are more self-made millionaires from intelligence, skill, trades. That's what I'm saying. But none of those people, Hamp, no one knew. I told my son wanted to do a Black History project, and I was like, well, who are you doing a Black History project on? And he was like, Biggie. I was like, no, the fuck you're not. You're not doing fucking Biggie. No, you're not doing it. So I had him switch it to Robert F. Smith, right? Do you know, Hamp, no one knew who Robert F. Smith was? Nobody at his school. Not in his class, not his school, not the teachers, nobody.
Most adults don't.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Black people, no idea. So as Aaron said, this is a black man that made it off of his mind. The second wealthiest African-American man in the country. And now it's another one just overtook him this year. Two black men, billionaires, right? And yet still, those aren't household names. Lil Wayne is, Jay-Z is, LeBron is, all these athletes, these entertainers, right?
But Mr. Fantastic, that's not, but I understand your point, and I don't want to derail it. I just want to address that one specific part, right? What's one of our largest exports is entertainment. right? So that's just put on the forefront for everybody to consume and see. And then those people look like us, so we have an affinity for them. I don't think it's because people are just directly trying to leave out Robert F. Smith. It's just that entertainment is on the forefront of everything.
No. You know, I got a couple names to give you. How long you know about Jeff Bezos?
Jeff Bezos, a pretty long time.
How long you know about what's the nerdy ass white boy, Microsoft, Bill Gates? How long you know about Bill Gates?
Bill Gates, I'd say a decently long time.
What's the stocks white guy?
Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett, thank you. We knew about Warren Buffett for a while.
Child, Hamp. That's what I'm telling you. Now I'm glad we're doing this in real time. See what I'm saying? You got Tom Brady. You got as when we was kids, Wayne Gretzky and whoever else. But at the same time, we knew of the white men that were wealthy off of intelligence, skill, craft, and all these different things. We're never even presented those people, Hamp.
Okay.
That's a problem that we fix.
Do we have because I think we can draw an equivalency, although it may not be money or sports, right? So we know about our civil rights leaders as an example. I don't know many white civil right or whatever whoever they are. I guess I know about the forefathers, I guess. Yeah,
I know about the brother fucker that got all the gay shit.
Do Stonewall.
Whatever. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So listen though. That's what we're saying, right? So we walk this down. We know about MLK and Malcolm X, right?
George Washington Carver.
Yeah, George. Why don't we know about the fucking billionaires? Why?
Well, how many do we have when we were kids?
Well, I don't know. They were there. I mean, I know Oprah. Oprah was been a billionaire since before I was grown.
We know Oprah.
Exactly, but Oprah was never the richest. This is what I'm talking about. So Oprah was, because she was entertainment and she's a black woman. They told us about that. I forget. Somebody in the chat helped me out. It was a black billionaire in the 70s or 80s, and Nas mentioned him in the song "We're Not Alone." He said his name.
I can't remember.
Yeah, Bob Johnson too. Yeah, Bob Johnson, the owner of BET, he was a billionaire. We never knew that happened until I never knew he was a billionaire until he sold the team, until he sold the team to Michael Jordan. You feel me?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. They've always been around, but it's like it's baked in the cake for us to only think of, either, what I'm saying, be on the block or have a mean jump shot, slinging rocks. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
That's
their daddy fault.
Yeah, but it's not just the daddy fault, though. It's not just the daddy fault.
No, not just, but I'm saying that's their daddy fault. What are we walking down, though? Money?
Well, yeah, the money,
intelligence.
Yeah, not just the money, the ways to make the money. Like you said, so this is expounding on Aaron's point. The ways to make money legally and statistically more become wealthy, like you said, real estate is the number one way, right? But what we're encouraged to do is hoop dreams, football, rap, entertain, all this fucking bullshit to get you sidetracked away from the most guaranteed thing, which is your mind and your brain. You know what I'm saying? The fucking mom don't celebrate her son when her son's intelligent. You know what I'm saying? She celebrate him when he played football or basketball real good, though. You know what I'm saying? Or he run track real fast, or he can sing real good, he can dance real good. Those mothers lift up their sons, but he's not rewarded for his intelligence until he scores a perfect score on the SAT, and then
But now here's where I have to push back a bit, right? The overwhelming majority of us, one, don't play sports. The overwhelming majority of black men work in trades specifically, and the overwhelming majority of black millionaires come from real estate. So when we say a thing, but then we look at what's actual, most of our money doesn't come from sports. Most of our millionaires come from something else other than sports, specifically real estate. So quite literally, we are doing the things. Oh, go ahead, Aaron.
No, not enough for us to be. A percentage of us being wrapped up in one thing is not the same as a percentage of us that's competitive with the percentage of someone else. Like what's the percentage of black people that are millionaires, period? If you only have 5 millionaires, 4 of them are in real estate, 1 of them is an athlete, and everybody's praising the athlete, there's not enough millionaires to even have the conversation, even though the majority of your millionaires are in real estate. We just need more black people to be millionaires.
That's not necessary. Let me think before I respond. That's not my argument per se. What I'm simply saying is, right, when we say this is who's touted, I say I understand what's being said, but when we dive into it and see that majority of our millionaires come from real estate, that instantly let me know that somebody taught them to do real estate and not to rap, because that's where they got their money from.
I think the probability of being successful in real estate is higher than it is in being rap or professional sports. What I'm saying is I don't think people are trying enough to even get into real estate. I think people are trying to get into rap and sports and failing.
You think that would be purely speculative, because the numbers don't show that at all. It shows that the majority of us got our money doing real estate. The numbers show that. So you're saying what their dream was as opposed to what they made their money in? Oh, yeah. I could concede that point, but I think it's a weaker point, because people have a lot of dreams until you start. Like when I was in high school, Aaron, I knew I was going to NFL until I stopped growing at 5'9" tall. And I played middle linebacker. I said, oh shit, this ain't gonna go how I think it's gonna go. What can I get this to mitigate the cost of while doing something I know it's gonna benefit me long term, like getting a degree and etc. So they dreams is one thing, but what they did to get their money is the proof.
Right. Yeah, but at the same time, it's the encouragement,
right?
Or the idea. Hamp.
My bad.
So
I didn't hear that first word you said.
The encouragement or the idea and the seed being planted is what I think Aaron is. You know what I'm saying? We're all told like Mike, like I want to be like Mike. You feel me? But nobody's talking about, like you said, fucking. And the dude's name is Reginald Lewis. That was his name, right? Or Robert F. Smith, or any of those men. You see what I'm saying? Listen, you could take all of the fucking professional athletes. Huh?
You teach your son that?
Well, yeah, hell yeah.
No, you teach him to go to the NBA.
No, teach him to go to the NBA. What you mean?
Like, you put in his head he gonna go to NFL or NBA?
No, hell no.
How about you, Aaron?
No, fuck no.
Me neither.
Yeah, no. Like I said, I've literally had this conversation to be like, and of course, I'm not to kill his dreams, but to be like, hey, I've literally had this conversation to be like, you're more likely to have success somewhere other than what's the name. And I had to have this son, my oldest son. Hey, like you said, Ham, if this shit don't work out, right? Because Dion had this shit real time, the way he was telling 99% of y'all not making it to the NFL, right? Yeah. So what are you gonna do after? You feel me? So I had to have the same conversation with my oldest son, because like, all right, bro, you know what I mean? Of course, I'm with you 1000%. Hey, if you believe it, I believe it with you. I'm right there with you, whatever you need. But in case you don't, you know what I mean?
I got one question. How do you think the same amount of energy is being put into more brain-based success than it is being put into athletics and entertainment? Do you think it's being promoted the same way, and do you think the initial effort is the same?
Well, instantly, especially for rapping and shit, 100%, hell yeah. Ain't no parents out here telling their kid go be a rapper.
I'm talking about
we have a couple kid rappers, but y'all catch my dream.
I'm talking about amongst the kids, because they're the ones that actually have to do the thing. What the parents tell them to do is virtually inconsequential. I'm not going to say it's not influential, but it's really what's up to the kids, because they're the ones that's actually going to execute. If they're not dedicated or invested into a thing, they're not going to put the work in necessary to be successful.
Where can we get in, bro?
All of Aaron's good points, god damn it. Aaron killing shit today. Hey, killing shit. Listen.
This is the thing.
No, like you did us earlier, nigga. Hold on, brother. All right. Now listen, when we was kids, Hamp, how many people wanted to be a fireman, a policeman, a doctor, a lawyer? These kids don't want to be that shit nowadays. All they influence to be is Hamp. They trying to be Kai Sanat.
Listen, but that is an income. Now here's the thing, right? It's see, for them, it's a viable income stream though, right? But we know.
So Hamp, listen though, listen what we're saying. Hamp, that didn't exist as an option for us. It didn't. None of this internet shit even existed.
Yo,
go get you a good job. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
and make some money and you know, or
Mr.
what are we talking about?
Can I talk?
Sure, brother. My bad.
Aaron was saying some other shit, but your first thing was, what are the kids being pushed towards? So then Aaron's saying the kids, regardless of the parents pushing them, the kids have dreams themselves. Those are two separate things that are being said. That's why I was going.
No, they intertwine. And like you said, so no matter how much we say or whatever, like you said, right? The kids have their own networks and things that they do, and even we did this. Like, hey, that's what I'm saying. So what we're saying is nowadays, all those kids are seeing is more that because they're inundated with this shit more. Hell, we can only watch football and basketball when it was on. You feel me? Hell, they got 30-second clips every day. Hell, you got motherfuckers. What's the young kid? The boy, the kicker boy.
Oh, destroying.
Yeah. Like, bro, you see what I'm saying? So these kids are literally inundated with shit. If I don't make it in the NFL, I can be destroying. You know what I'm saying? If I don't do this, I can be lethal shooter. These things, Hamp, is like they're inundated with so many of these unrealistic options, but it's very, very appealing because it comes with not only come with the bread.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, that's me,
Ain't you a YouTuber, nigga?
Part-time.
Ain't
you a YouTube?
Part-time.
He's an engineer as well. Aren't you an engineer as well, brother?
I just seen you do a live where you did some creative shit. It was like you was on the screen, it was somebody else talking, and then in the middle of them talking, you just popped in. Like, this is why they need old moms or some shit like that.
Yeah.
How you did that? The kids taught you? Go ahead, let me see.
No, I could talk myself, of course. Come on.
So you a YouTuber, but you so special that the kids can't be a YouTuber, huh?
I think he's an engineer too, right?
You was on a boat for 20 years, came out and started doing YouTube. You got something to say?
Well, I started doing the YouTube at like 17
you
years
old. You
old.
have no pictures on your wall, my nigga. Look.
Yeah, don't need it.
And that's what I'm saying. You don't need your mic blown. You keep trying to save it, but you could be a YouTuber, but they can't, huh?
Hey, man, listen. Getting them books.
Let me get CJ in. JS Torres was popping. Shop was good. Wow. What's up, CJ? So we were talking about the money or lack thereof for the men specifically, right?
Yes, sir.
But also the initial thing was how we raise our disposition, etc. How does that manifest inside a relationship? And when we look at the dissolution of relationships, do we have to be more honest in the fact that what are the primary indicators of why it dissolved?
Yes, sir. All right, so I'll start with Aaron point. Intelligence isn't man cool in the Black community. And I just sent you that the topic the other day. Do we value intelligence in the Black community? So it was kind of fantastic that he said that. And so I kind of give an example. So my mom was a single mom. And when I was with her, she didn't really care about our grades like that. Feel me? Then when I moved to Tennessee, Memphis with my dad and my stepmom, she was Mexican. And that's when they were more highlighted. They were highlighting our grades. We had to be on top of it.
Nigga, hush.
Let me finish my story, bro.
I mean, for what? Why? Because you just saying shit? Like my mom, she stay up with me till 3 a.m. memorizing the history test. So let's move, push. Next.
You had your dad.
But you became
your dad was in your life too. That means the dad helped. It's still a good fucking
100%.
Yes, having both parents. When that was just my mom, most single moms don't give a fuck about grades, bro.
And come home at 12 a.m.
Intelligence is not valued in the Black. We should make this a topic. All right, next time for the next time.
Here's what I'm saying, beloved. This is all I'm saying.
Let me go ahead, brother.
You.
Me, yes, me.
Hush, please. Okay.
Let me say my second point. Then.
All I'm saying is my mom used to do mad homework with all these kids and make sure that we was right.
Because your mom and your dad was like, we're gonna make sure these kids. But when it's just single moms, they don't give a fuck. Like women don't give a fuck about their kids. They using their kids for a meal ticket. First of all right. Second of all, to the second point, you want to blame. I mean, I understand your premise that if you put the fault on the men are more likely to change and find a solution to the problem. But if you said Chuck, Big Chuck, you in charge of your sisters, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you don't tell them. You tell them, hey, y'all can do whatever the fuck y'all want. Y'all got rules. Y'all don't have to listen to Big Chuck, really. Well, you don't say that part, but you say y'all can do whatever the fuck y'all want. And then, what do you think gonna happen? And then you punish Big Chuck when they don't do when they don't do what he wanted them to do. It's a lose-lose. Men are not, we don't have control over the women to make them do what we want. Now, if you told your kids, hey, Big Chug is in charge. If y'all listen to him, and if he say do something, do it. Or it's going to be punishments when I get home. Then they're more likely to do it. But if you're just saying, hey, you're in charge, Big Chug, and then you just let the other kids do whatever they want. Then when you get home, you punish him for them not listening. You're going to have a problem.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, but here's the actual premise.
Go ahead.
Big Chuz is being raised, right? Female adjacent, meaning his mannerisms, how he sees the earth, right? His emotionality, his lack of emotional and impulse control shows up in his behaviors in the earth. So it's not just an allegation. It's the things that we overrepresenting show us to be more emotional, right? And then he's raised by the beings who you say have these natural, the disposition to be chaotic that you just articulated. Agreed. So now he goes in with the same disposition as them. What happens?
It's chaos, leads to chaos. Or I agree with you. I agree with that premise. But the problem is the men. Yes, I agree with that premise. I'm not arguing that.
Well, that's what. So when we're looking at the 70% dissolution rate, right? And we like women this, women that. We just looking at we come from X, Y, and Z. We told if you don't punch him in his face for scuffing your Timbs, you a bitch ass nigga. We got Nino Brown, we got Nikki Barnes, we got Frank Lucas, right? Everybody from The Wire. And this is real and fake.
I'm gonna give a lot of anecdotal experiences, but
I'm just saying that all our heroes also give us this natural disposition to be gangster too. And then what happens in a relationship? You know what I mean?
My mom got 5 kids, right? Okay. 3 boys, 2 girls. You know who gangbanged out of the 5 kids? The women. The niggas don't. None of it. You know who have 5? You know who have all the kids? 5 kids, 5 baby dad. I don't want to put my sisters out there, but the women, feel me? This ain't it ain't the men. The men aren't out here in the streets. Me and my brothers don't do that shit. The same shit my sisters do. It's completely different. The women hide. The women like this hood degenerate behavior. They promote it. They enjoy it. They bask in it.
You're missing an opportunity.
Bask in it. However you say. Say that again.
You're missing an opportunity. If all of those gangsters are our heroes, and the way that they're our heroes affects our behavior and relationships, what do you think that's going to do for the way we feel about making money?
Ask the question again for me, brother.
Get mine the fast way, the ski mask way.
Right.
Of course, and we do it
exactly.
So now look at this. The majority of gang members are men, CJ.
Yes.
So
because women like that. Okay, we say women don't control the culture, but women do. But if we have more power, we have power to control. It's the truth, brother. Y'all want to laugh, but it's the truth. Women control the culture.
Women like gang banging men.
Like, what do you?
Because women like that shit. Women like hood niggas, so niggas gonna be hood. If women like fucking upstanding citizens, then that's what the men will be, upstanding citizens. And if we have more control of the women, then we could control what they we don't have no control of the women, so they control us. That's the problem. We don't have the control of the. Let me finish this last sentence.
If that's the case, CJ, you're not around a lot of women.
Let me finish my last sentence, Taurus. If we don't have control over the women are going to control us, and that's what's happening right now. All right.
So no, don't. You still got the floor. JS, get on camera for me when you get a chance.
All right, hold on.
CJ, your initial premise was, look who's gang banging. The women are gang banging, meaning that they took on the negative traits or adopted the bad. That don't have nothing to do with them controlling. They were gang banging themselves. So we just simply saying the overwhelming majority of gang members and the overwhelming majority of the jail population is men.
I agree.
But that's not because
they were
women
more
like
into the life. That's how they became gang, because they were more infatuated with the lifestyle. To my point. Women are infatuated with the lifestyle. They like that shit. So men want women, so they acquiesce. They say, hey, women like fucking hood niggas. That's what I'm gonna be. I told you I had a friend that said, I pretend like I'm hood because that's what women like. The nigga put on the whole act. That's not even who he was, but the women like that shit, so that's who he pretended to be, especially around the women. And
I
that's
just
what
want
it
y'all
is.
to understand the concern, right, that you're highlighting. Raised by women, take on the negative, because not just traits of women aren't negative. The negative traits of women. You become emotional. You start to acquiesce, right? All this literally goes into, then we look at when people are divorcing and etc. Look at the jacket you putting on men that you don't even realize. That's a crazy jacket. I'm gonna be a gang member. I'm gonna be a gangbanger. I'm gonna be shooting, robbing, still a killer gorilla nigga. So women like me.
Yes.
You
Well,
really
how's
think?
that crazy?
Do you
How's
know?
that
Do you
crazy?
know street niggas? I know you know street niggas.
I know niggas.
Do you know street niggas though?
Yes, street hood niggas.
And you saying that them niggas is doing that for women?
I think they probably the biggest simps.
Do
Them
you
niggas the biggest
do
fucking
you know
simp.
how them niggas? Do you know how women get initiated in the gangs and stuff?
Some of them get flipped. Some of them get beat up into the game. Most of them get flipped. I'll say most of them get flipped.
The jacket is nasty. That's all. I'm not even rendering it moot. It just
I know what it is, feel me? And this is what they fucking like. I see it all the time. I'm speaking from anecdotal, but I see it. I mean, the stats prove it, I think. So it's hard to disprove, brother.
Nah, the stats don't prove that at all.
I believe. Well,
the stat, there's no stat. That's purely speculation. I'm not saying I'm not rendering it moot, but a stat wouldn't prove that, right?
I agree with that. I retract that last statement. The stats don't prove it, but
yeah, just like they assume everybody want to be a rapper or this, that, and the third. But the truth is, they money come from real estate. See, I can't concede that point, but I know that we all have dreams. I understand that very well. And then everybody can't be a YouTuber, but this nigga is. Shah, what's popping?
Wow.
Oh, let me read these real quick. Aaron with the $2. My Indian female coworker said we accept it as men. That's what CJ said. Caesar's Pals with the $5 says, question, guys. If a woman will sleep, date, and have babies with guys without money, can we put money in the bathroom? And is money not just being used as an excuse? No. There's a correlation between money, people with money, and success in marriage, right? So we do see a correlation there. We see the least successful marriages be people that are in poverty. And then we see one of the top 5 reasons for divorce, financial, abuse or ramifications, right? Essentially. What is it called? Financial. I can't hear you.
Yeah, financial abuse. Yeah, financial abuse. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, money matters, man. Yeah. If you have money, as long as you use it correctly, it can make your life make it just easier. Aaron with the $2 says, which genders care more about legacy versus trends? I think women like trend. I mean, women just spend money. I mean, they just spend money. They're the biggest consumers. So, Caesar's Palace with the $5 says, according to Everyday Millionaires, book by Dave Ramsey, teacher, engineer, and accountant are the top 3 occupations to becoming a millionaire. Really? Okay. I gotta read that. I didn't know teachers was in there. Maybe are they conflating teachers with professors? I guess we can speculate on that. Shah, what's good though?
What up, panel?
What's good?
Chat, Mr. Fantastic, bro. You don't got to do this, man. Let me say this, man. I've been watching. Fantastic is a super smart guy, like in real life. Like I know he make a lot of people upset, but the way Fantastic can dig into the information and figure things out. Fantastic has a skill. You can use that skill for good, Fantastic. I just want you to know that, bro. It's okay to come to the light side. Fantastic said, and I got the mark to go back to it. Fantastic said the biggest enemy of black men is other black men. That was Fantastic. It was your own word. And I'm glad CJ here because CJ said something different last week. CJ said it's black women. Like Fantastic makes really good points about what black men have gone through and how we haven't had the necessary treatment to deal with our issues. Then he throw it all away, trying to make black women like the issue. And I'm just like, bro, you don't got to do that to make your point that you want to make. You don't got to do it, Fantastic. You don't have to, bro.
Can I respond, brother?
No, you don't have to do that to get your point across.
Let him respond. You don't gotta say the same.
Well, no, I'm just make sure you're done.
Hold on, Fantastic. CJ that hate people rambling. Just talk for 30 minutes talking about niggas are thugs because of girls. I don't want to hear.
I talk for 30 minutes. Hamp was asking me questions, motherfucker. Hamp was asking me questions, brother.
Okay, so before y'all two get into it, brother, did I say black men were the biggest enemy of other black men or the biggest threat to other black men?
Fantastic, you're doing it again, bro.
I'm asking a question.
What are we doing here?
Well, so let me tell you, right? Okay, so shout out to man Aaron and shout out to anybody else with any type of military experience, right? You're not necessarily my enemy because you're a threat, right? So when I go into a situation, I'm assessing threats. You can be completely, totally oblivious. I don't know who you are. You're not my enemy just because I look at you and I see, hey, that guy over there standing next to the door, he looks kind of shady, kind of shifty. I'm gonna keep my eye on him. He's a possible threat. Okay, the guy that's got the shiesty on, all right, in July, in the motherfucker inside the building in Florida, is definitely a fucking threat. Now he's not my enemy, but he's a threat. So me telling you that men are threats, which they are, the biggest threats to any men are other men, because like I said, men have a higher propensity for violence, and men have a higher chance of causing more damage, right? So me saying that the biggest threat to a black man is just pretty much going into details with the statistics of black men killing black men at the highest rates of any other men. So you can be a threat and not be my enemy, brother. Okay, so two things can exist at the same time.
Who's more dangerous?
Men, of course.
I'm saying to us in totality. All the definition included who's
more. Now we're saying dangerous.
Enemy or threat. The enemy or threat.
Now threat and dangerous. So that's what I'm saying, right? So overall, right? So we look at let's flesh this out. So even though you have a number of black men that get killed per year or whatever, right? Do more black men get killed or do more black men get a police call on them by black women?
Say it again.
Do more black men die or do more black men have black women calling the cops on them for whatever reason?
I don't know the statistic, but
I can tell you.
I'll step on a limb and say,
yeah. So black women calling the cops on black men is higher than the number of black men that die per year. And those interactions that lead to possible things, men getting arrested falsely or police brutality and all these different things and so on and so forth. One of Hamp's favorite sayings is the first one's over the dollar, the next one's over a what. So even in the cases where a man kills a man, a lot of it is at the behest of a woman or a woman's involved. So if a man is killing a man, but he's killing that man due to the fact of the matter that, hey, she said you did something to me. Mind you, again, we've seen that happen in a lot of cases. This was huge actually around the thing. I remember it was a case of, I want to say Ohio, where the black woman went into like a Dollar Tree or something or whatever, right? And she got mad because the man wouldn't let her use something, and she told her husband and her son to come up there because the man disrespected her and they killed him. Both of them went to jail for murder for life. So you see what I'm saying? So a lot of these cases, as to where it isn't just cut and dry, where there's a direct conflict with black men, a lot of the times the women are involved in it. So you couple the involvement of women in men's conflicts along with the other residual things, I would still say the women are far more dangerous than the men are.
You got your wise son. Got that eyes, bro, Paul.
I'm just a thinking man, CJ. That's all.
I bet you are thinking man. I'm quiet over there thinking man.
It's a great question, and that's what I'm saying. And I'm glad you shot. I really appreciate you first off, you know, I mean, respecting and saying those things. Hey man, I take being intelligent very, very seriously. I try to exude as much. I know I joke around and shit, but I don't take that for granted, brother. I greatly appreciate that.
But here's my one criticism of you, though, right? And I see it in real time because you got a strong confirmation bias. So I did put in the chat that GPT said that black men and white women have the highest rate of divorce, and I also said there's no sources, and you were just kind of like you was not willing to believe that. And what I also said was right now the most current information we have. You're right. There's nothing that lasts 2 to 3 years, but the information says there's not a lot of research that discusses.
I didn't see what you said. Hamp just brought it up, so I didn't actually see your comment. So I said the same thing you said. I wasn't saying that to discount it as much as to say like a lot of that research is dated. So when you have research outside of a 10-year span or so on and so forth, you know what I mean? That says a lot. You feel me? If you the latest data is 2009, and then we've had a large decline in marriage from 2009 to 2025, because back in 2009, I'm pretty sure black women have a higher divorce rate than marriage rate. You see what I'm saying?
Right. For sure. So, again, I'm not going to tell you where I work, but I do research. So I understand. But what all I'm saying is like when we come to these conversations, I see it a few times where it's like if it leans towards the perspective that you don't have, you're not willing to kind of move. And I think that's not good for the sake.
Well, no, and I will tell you this, I will put that jacket on. I have a confirmation bias because it needs to be one. At times there needs to be a confirmation bias. At times there needs to be somebody that still mans the point that's never been heard or never been said. Again, for the most part, black men have been able to start speaking for ourselves for 5 years at, you know what I'm saying, in mass, right? For the majority of my life, all I heard was ain't, can't, don't, won't. Niggas ain't, niggas can't, niggas don't, niggas won't. Right? Down low, don't take care of your kids, all this shit, la. False propaganda, right? So now what I'm not going to do is give credence to anything that supports those false narratives, because people automatically factory reset back to, see, I told you, man, we did this in real time. Remember, all it takes is one man to say something that goes along with what the hoes agree with, and now, see, told you. So that's why I am like I am for a reason, brother. Listen, I know a lot of the times, but for the most part, I don't jump out of the, you know what I'm saying? I don't say nothing crazy.
Let me talk. Mr. Fantastic, we can't do that. We can't live in a world of having confirmation bias because people won't take you seriously. So if there is an opportunity to where an admittance or concession can be had, that doesn't mean you concede all points. That means you concede that point. And in which case we can move forward, say, okay, you got a point there. That makes a whole lot of sense. I agree. Now, what about X, Y, and Z? Now people are more likely to consider X, Y, and Z. But to just say I'm going to be obtuse because we've been spoken down upon for so long, I think that just perpetuates the dumb shit that was being said in the first place.
No. And I have a count. I mean, you go after this, CJ, because I got to bounce. So listen, no, the reason why I know that's not the way it works, Hamp, because like I said, I can use historical references, right? And then I can use just here recently from the black dynamic and the black experience, right? For the last couple years, Hamp, it's been okay for black women to call black men bullet bags and say abort black male babies. And as much as black men were trying to counter it, black women went along with it, and they were either quiet or they were complicit. Okay. Now those are extreme of extremes. So if the other side is playing it that way, now you have to change your tactics and fuck fairness. One of the biggest issues and problems with black men is that we've been too fair for too long and being too willing to work with people that are working against you. And if you are the only motherfucker playing by the rules, you're gonna lose. Okay. So I have no issue and problem. Again, I keep it, even though you may say confirmation bias, I never go extreme. I just keep it fair. Somebody says some wild, crazy shit, I'm not going to give credence to something that's just wild, right? I'm pretty sure you did the story on the dude that was talking about the dogs and shit, right? With the white girl. The dude got killed by the white girl. Yeah. I can't co-sign that, and I publicly said I can't co-sign that. Now at the same time, I don't think black women should be celebrating his death, but even though I don't agree, I understand. Now I'm willing to do that. But at the same time, like you said, I have to bring up the fact of the matter as to why is it cool for a black man getting killed to be celebrated in any way, shape, form, or fashion. When it happens on the other end, it never happens. Black men don't celebrate when a black woman dies at the hands of her white spouse, regardless of any of the crazy wild shit she said. We can't do it, right? And we really, for the most part, we don't want to do it. So what I'm saying is, even though it may not, war is not pretty, but to a degree, this is what we're doing. So that's why I'm going to stand up for as much as I possibly can, straight black men and improving our image. If the shit is wild and crazy, hey, I'm not with that. I'm not co-signing that. But to give an inch is to take 1,000 miles out for this bullshit, and we can't afford it.
Can I make one more point before you go? Fantastic. Then I'll just say this. To me, it doesn't always seem like your objective is to improve the black male image. And I'm not even making it about you. Let's just say a lot of these different platforms. I think HAMP does an amazing job, and I already said that. But I think sometimes it seems like the effort is more to get the lick back, because you always mention how I was. And I agree, as a kid, I heard the same things too. Not necessarily in my community, but I saw the TV shows, I heard the music. But the idea that what you're doing is improving our image, I don't know. I think sometimes it feels like I think it's more of like getting the lick back. You want to be able to do what the women did in the 90s. And that's what a lot of these platforms do. And I say that because I think you are a person who can take the information, get what you need, and throw it away. But I don't think everybody is like that. I think some of the dudes that listen to you, I ain't gonna say no names.
You said some. You said some twice. So you think that the majority of the conversations are lick back conversations?
No. The majority of the majority of the conversations are lick back conversations, and I say that because we're not addressing. You just said the 24 mark that the biggest threat to black men is an issue, and if that's a real thing, how do we skip that and spend our effort talking about what women aren't doing? And I'm not saying we can't have both conversations, but I'm saying we're gonna move all our attention to what women are doing when we can sit on the panel and say 2025 black men are still the biggest enemy of. And you just use the word war. Because I'm just thinking from a strategy standpoint. That's all.
Yeah. So let me say this. Got it. I'm gonna go after this, CJ. So that's what I'm saying, bro. This whole thing of, again, two things to be true at once, right? Black men being the biggest threat to black men. I've said this. I've been saying this. Anybody that knows me, you know what I mean? I've been saying this for over 4 years. Black people don't want to even admit that black on black crime exists. Even in the chat, people were saying proximity crime. So I can speak about that, right? But only to a point if no one's going to listen. So I'm one of the biggest major ones to say there's no way, shape, form, or fashion black men should have as high as murder rates against each other as we should, right? I can say that. But until niggas put the gun down or stop trying to kill niggas, it is what it is. The task at hand now is trying to awaken more black men to understand that there are a lot of people that you think are working with you that are far more working against you. And remember, like I said, there are far less black men that die from other black men than black men that are getting into, very, very precarious situations with black women. Okay. So the murders overall, they happen, but they're still rare, right? We got 22 million black men, and you might get 1,000 deaths per year. You feel me? So they're nominal. There are far more black men that are in other positions in situations with black women than 1,000 black men that die per year. You feel me?
Let me help your argument real quick. And proximity crime is always, people always say proximity crime, right? So we're always going to be our biggest threat, feel me? Because of proximity. Like white men are their biggest threats are other white men because of proximity. That's that argument, brother. But the biggest enemy is different. Your enemy could be 1,000 miles away. Your enemy could be a million fucking on the other side of the country. But your threat, it could be right next to you. Yeah. So
Which one did he say specifically, Shaw? Did he say threat or enemy?
I have to go back.
Okay.
I do understand that. I have to go back. I'm not.
Enemy is a threat.
I understand.
The enemy is a threat, but your threat might not be your enemy.
Your threat could be anything that can give you cause for pause or alarm.
Yeah.
JS Torres talk. JS, what's popping?
Wow. What's good, guys? How we doing?
Good.
Well, fantastic, Left. I had something to ask him, but I guess I'll ask.
No, go ahead.
I was going off of the whole I guess black kids when they grow up they only want to be rappers, scammers, athletes and stuff, and y'all keep doing this. And my question to y'all is How many sports do black kids play?
2.5.
What's the half?
Baseball.
Yeah, baseball. Well, if you're saying black
Is
black
it,
American soccer, you can put soccer, but that's probably not.
You know, like Black American kids. Yeah, Black American kids specifically. Yeah.
so basically all black American kids want to play basketball and football.
Yeah.
Or is that just just easily accessible to them because of the neighborhoods they grew up in mainly?
Yeah, those things are easily accessible. Like, so for instance, in DC or in a 10-mile radius, you probably got 25 little league football teams. And then obviously basketball is also just easier to play too, you know. To practice football, you can just get a field. You can just get a field and you can put cones out and practice.
Let me tell you, when you can't make it in basketball, you go to football. That's what happens.
So 30, 40, even 50 years ago, when MLB had a shit ton of black athletes, right? And you had black kids out there. You had Willie Mays out there in the streets of Brooklyn and in New York playing stickball and all that.
Yeah.
So what happened with that?
We play basketball and football still.
Okay, but there were kids. There were kids out there, black kids especially, wanted to emulate those athletes of yesteryear, and that wanted to play that sport as well.
Yeah, but you have
So
Willie Mays, you
why?
have Jim Brown.
Say that again.
You have Willie Mays, but then you have Jim Brown. You have Randall Cunningham. You have Doug Williams. So you have just as many football players or basketball players. So every one Willie Mays, how many? You got Michael Jordan. You got
Barry Bonds, Barry Bonds, Ken Griffey Jr., Hank Aaron.
Mm-hmm. How many years? Did you have to go?
Ricky Henderson, God rest his soul.
Dr. J, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I mean, we can do this all day.
Yeah, but he can't go all day.
Right.
What you mean? I can't go out.
So to name,
I can't go all day because basically the sports.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, listen well. Okay. So if you have to go all day,
I listen a lot. I listen more than I speak.
Good. So you have to go through generations. You're gonna have to go through 100-year span to name black players. Aaron could probably just do basketball and name a 10-year span, which those basketball players are going to be more in abundance and more popular. So if he goes from 90 to
more popular to who?
Black kids.
And because that is easily accessible. Now, I will say the sport of baseball has not been easy market wise. It hasn't been as popular in the last 20 or 30 years than it was back in the 70s, basically the 60s to the 2000s. Okay. Because of the fact that the sport was it's not fucking boring. Y'all need to stop fucking saying that.
It's boring,
all right? Bro. So no, how is it boring? Football is boring to me. That shit is boring. You know what? A play in football is shorter than an average play in baseball. I think I mentioned that before. But y'all don't give a fuck about that because y'all
making your argument.
That's not. No. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Nowadays, an average play, a football play, is shorter than an actual play in baseball when the ball's in play. The ball's always in play.
Yeah.
I think that's what makes it boring, right? That it takes longer.
That's what I'm saying.
They're standing around looking at each other.
That's what I'm saying. He didn't get that though.
JS, your mic went out, bro.
Like we don't want.
Hold on. His mic. Hold on. Yeah, JS Torres, your mic went out. I think. Mic check.
Can you hear me now?
I'll drop the link real quick.
I think he came back. I think he came back.
Are you back?
Yeah, I think so. Say something else, JS.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, good now. Yeah. What's your overarching point? Because we're not going to agree on us have a difference in opinion. So what's your overarching point?
And that's fine, but y'all not gonna say again, like I was saying, the football is boring to me because I hardly understand what's going on most of the time. Y'all can say y'all can hardly understand most of what's going on in baseball as well, but trust me, if you go experience it live, it's not boring at all. It's a great experience. But my thing is that with black kids can make it, in other sports because there's an abundance of black kids that can't make it in those sports because there's too many black kids playing those sports. So if you want to divert to the other sports and try to make it for you and your family in those sports, their path is a lot easier because is not as diverse, and a lot of teams and organizations want the diversity to be able to say, oh, look at this kid that made it through hood and he made it to overall success.
See here.
So
See, he didn't say shit about physics or medicine. That's the point.
Physics or medicine? What do you mean by that, sir?
You got me.
I feel you.
But if you want to do sports as a black kid, football and basketball aren't the only. No, and do what with it? Nothing, because like you were saying, a lot of football players don't make it to the NFL, right? They don't hardly less than that make it to college ball.
MLB.
But they have more opportunities with other leagues and organizations, and they have an outlet. They have more of an outlet than all you have is the NFL. Y'all don't have any other outlets at the professional level.
They have the United Football League. There's Canadian Football League, everything, right? So there's 3.
I'm like,
now,
they got more,
which hardly any black people pay attention to, but okay.
My boy, he played in the Canadian Football League for 4 years. His contract was worth $160,000 a year, so decent money, right?
I got an ex-teammate that played Major League Baseball. His name's Andrew McCutcheon.
Well, I'm not I named somebody from the CFL. You want me to start naming NFL players I know?
You probably know more because you are around them more often than I have been more often around black baseball players.
Here's the truth.
But I have been around them.
Here's the truth why we ain't playing that shit. Here's what you're saying, right? We're better athletes than everybody. So if we played other sports, then we would thrive in those sports. We get that. We just don't want to play that boring shit. That's all we're saying.
It is not
force niggas to play
bro,
that shit.
Football, y'all, you really think people? Are you kidding me? I see black kids all over it right this time of year playing it. What the fuck you talking about?
What you arguing for? Then? February. A bunch of black kids playing it. What you trying to convince?
No, because y'all trying to put it down. Y'all trying to insult and put it down. Talking about.
My bad.
We're not insulting.
Okay, listen. That's an insult. If I say football is boring, is that not an insult? The NBA is lacking viewership. The viewership is declining. How y'all want to tell me that's not boring?
Yeah, the NBA is boring too.
NFL is boring. What? You can make arguments that all the major sports are boring.
Not lacking viewership. So what's your argument?
Except maybe the NHL, because I have worked for the Tampa Bay Lightning, and that sport is pretty cool. That sport's pretty cool.
I'm out of here.
But CJ, that's all y'all got as y'all bottom line. Oh, is this shit boring? Nobody wants to play it. Really? Come with someone else.
What's your argument? You arguing? Hey, black people.
My argument
is that black people we need to play more baseball. But then you see a lot of black kids playing baseball.
No. What I'm saying is that I see a bunch of black kids playing baseball, but they're more organized. They're on organized squads. They're not out in the playgrounds and the streets and whatnot like they was in yesteryear. And there's a very small community, but the community has dwindled for whatever rhyme or reason that. Maybe the popularity of football that may influence more kids to want to play that sport. Okay, whatever. But I know that there was a time before everybody here was even born. Well, I don't know about Aaron. He's kind of older.
Make the argument concise, brother.
So,
go ahead.
You really going?
Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute. Whoa, my money here. my shit and I put
Hey, Shy, see what I be talking about? That's what you be doing, motherfucker.
Never.
So don't be doing that shit. I'm out of here, man. Y'all be easy. Be easy.
Bro,
Hey,
yeah.
my guy. Y'all be easy, man.
CJ, you just shallow minded. It's all good. But
Sorry,
anyways,
brother. My bad.
what I'm trying to say, my argument is real quick. All right, so we cannot neglect other sports that black kids play. Okay, and y'all intentionally do it all the time on not only this platform but other platforms. I have not and
Torres, we
have been
don't
on.
like baseball, bro. We don't like it.
I don't like football.
Okay, is your son gonna play football?
Probably not.
All right then.
Is your son gonna play baseball?
Hell no.
My son left
I mean,
baseball to play football.
And there's people that do both. I honestly kind of.
He's gonna box and he's gonna play the piano.
Okay, great. But what I'm saying is that why the neglecting
dirt and fighting butterflies.
But don't put football as this like high horse. This is your high ceiling. This is the all be all of everything in sports, and everything else is dirt compared to football.
Without grades. And you know what else is? You know what compares the football for sports? Nothing. Baseball's trash.
You know what compares baseball? Life. Because life is like a baseball game. If you really think deeply into it, yes it is. Yes it is. HAMP? Yes it is. Every day you have W's and L's. In baseball, you have W's and L's. Sometimes you're gonna have a great day. Sometimes you're not gonna have a great day. Sometimes you're gonna have a great podcast, and sometimes you're not gonna have a great podcast.
Hold on, but
okay?
That's not baseball,
But then the beauty of it is you get to have another opportunity the next day. There's a game the next day. Football, you gotta wait a fucking week or 2 weeks.
Because
to play a game.
It's brutal on your body. J.S. Torres.
Baseball ain't?
No, hell no. Baseball.
No, see that's how I know you never played the sport. That's how you know you never played the sport.
Hold on, let me finish this.
I actually played the sport of football, and I agree. It is brutal. It is grueling on the body. But yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Let me just
yes,
make
I have.
One point.
I played at 10, 11 years old.
Baseball is.
I tried it.
Does not speak to life. Because in baseball, you
tell me.
You gotta steal, nigga. I'm not teaching my kids to steal. You teach your kids to steal playing
baseball. In football, you can take the ball away from the other team.
Do you steal
That's not
in
stealing?
baseball, yes or no?
Yes, but can you steal in football?
No, that's not stealing.
But anyways, you know, I know I'm in the minority in this, and I know that people are not going to take well to what I'm going to say. But I mean, y'all need to stop with the whole argument that baseball is trash, baseball is boring because it's tired. Find another outlet to make your basis on, make your judgments on.
We can call it tired.
Was your only point of coming up here to say baseball is cool, guys? Think about it too.
Yeah. No, that's not the only. That's what I started with. Okay.
Well, that's where you
ended. We don't went down, but we went down a rabbit hole. Okay, because
this might be risky.
All right, my brother J.S. Torres, anytime I mention baseball, he don't let that shit fly. So he's very consistent. I fuck with him. But he been kicked off for 10 minutes. He'll be back at 2:48. Let me see. Let me read these real quick. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me see. Aaron with the $2 says, which genders care more about... Oh, I read this one. Kelly Bev with the $2. Ask CJ if women like Bloods, Pyrus, or Crips more. We gotta ask. I'm sure he in the chat, Kelly. He'll answer. Dottie with the £2 says, great show to start this week. Thanks, HAMP and panel. Salute, Dottie. Always good to see you. Light Skin Neighbor with the $2. HAMP. Tell CJ get out the chat. He can't help it. Striking it rich. What up, kid? With the £5 says, thugs and simps are two sides of the same coin. The difference is that becoming a thug is way more effective tool to attaining women. Is that right? HQ with the $2 says, lick back. What was you saying? Oh, that's Mr. Fantastic. HQ with the $5 says, lick back news. Mr. Fantastic can only give bad news about men as long as he drags black women as the cause or factor. Eyes with the $2 says, stop making the kids be responsible for the parents. That's a fact. JS got 10 minutes. Oh, damn, Dre hit him with a dub. So JS got 30 minutes. He said soccer better than baseball. God, I don't know about that. Soccer is terrible. JS will be back in at 3:08. Funny thing about Salute the Reaper with the 10 ounces. Funny thing is that baseball pays you the most out of all the sports. Baseball is the hardest skill out of all the sports. AJ Brown said he gave up baseball after barely hitting a grounder off a 90-mile-per-hour pitch. I think that hitting a baseball is probably the hardest thing to do, just in terms of a skill in a sport, right? I think you have to be an overall better athlete to play football at most positions and basketball. Nobility with the $5 is Pablo El Baño Torres. So Torres will be back at 3:13. Reaper Rel with the $10 says baseball players can play till 40 and make tens to hundreds of millions of dollars and still have their body, pause, and brain intact. Tell them little niglars who play baseball, fund the equipment. I think that you guys look at the top echelon that they put on the news that signed those 10-year contracts, right? Like, did Alex Rodriguez make it to the end of that Texas contract that he signed? Right? And so you often see that you have inflated numbers, but they have to get to the end. Now, they do have guaranteed contract, as does basketball as well, right? But you're looking at the top players. Another thing that Torres made a good point about was they have AAA ball and AA and single A. So when you're talking about professional baseball players, the overwhelming majority of professional baseball players ain't making no money. See, that's the other thing, which I leave them out and just talk about the 10 who getting paid. You got quarterbacks now getting paid $60 million a year.
I was about to say the baseball players a lot of times aren't guaranteed to make it to the leagues, and if they are in the lower leagues like the AAA, AA, they got to get a second job a lot of the times because they can't pay. You know, they can't pay their damn mortgage. So
they gotta pay. That's what I'm saying. They gotta work. Sway on that point, right? When you just use and Sway, you get the floor after this, right? You can talk about what we was actually talking about. I knew Torres was gonna come up here and defend baseball. That's my man. So I was like, fuck it, right? But Sway, not Kyrie. What's the quarterback for the Cardinals?
Oh, you're talking about Kyle Murray or Kyle? It's Kyle. He played Kyler Murray. Yeah,
right. Kyler Murray, as an example, was drafted in the first round of the Major League Baseball draft, but he chose to go play and be an NFL quarterback because even baseball players know that it ain't shit compared to football. Salute the JS. Wow. Sway, what's popping?
Ain't shit. Just at work, trying to do a little drive by while I'm on break. No, to just for what Torres was saying about the baseball thing and his arguments, it wouldn't even like those arguments you're making doesn't make baseball the best in those arguments because he was talking about how many leagues and available money and like yada yada yada. Well, worldwide it would be soccer. You could play soccer borderline anywhere you want in the globe, and niggas off the bench is making $20K a week. So you know you don't have to be Cristiano Ronaldo to be self-sufficient. And those guys get drafted and picked up at like 16, not 19, not 20, not 21. You were talking about 16-year-olds playing professional athlete. So you have a lot more opportunities in soccer. And then I guess back to the overarching topic, I had one question when we're having these conversations. I messaged you and I said in the chat, but it feels like that every time we have these conversations, we can't do it without projecting the trauma of the old generation or what they went through with their women onto the next generation of people. Because we have generalized conversations. You know what I mean? We put a jacket on black men and black women in these conversations. So when young people are getting into these conversations or hearing our parents have these conversations and generalizing black women and black men, they ain't thinking about old people. Typically going to correlate that to the people they deal with, and they're going to put jackets on them when they go out in the earth. So I think I don't know how we're going to do it, but when I'm listening, if we could find a way to not project the traumas of the old, so you're not repeating the cycle over and over and over again, because when I hear fantastic talk sometimes about, black men and black women, it feels like y'all are talking about y'all group of people, like y'all age demographic from let's say 35 to 50 or something. But because when I think about those like experiences, I'm like, people my age have never gone through those things.
Like what,
But I'm
for
sure
instance?
we're gonna end up.
Give us one example, Sway, so we can just.
Well, like the baby mama drama, the this drama, the EBT, child supports, all the different, like we too young, let alone we ain't having those issues to be arguing or projecting that jacket on the opposite race. I mean, opposite gender, even the
Yeah.
crime statistics. It's like we keep, like you said, you were using data from 2000s, early 2000s on
Not for
black
crime,
women.
but
No,
not for
but the black
crime.
women, white men marriage statistics, how they're better at marrying each other, but that's from 2000s, and that has nothing to do with my generation. Is that going to be applicable to the black woman I'm dealing with? So when they hear that, should they take that and run with it and say, oh yeah, the black men, I'm experiencing, and it kind of just whatever, sum it up and just go deal with white men? And that's not going to help the problem with the next generation. That you got black women already coming out into the earth thinking black men ain't shit, even though they've never dealt with these men, and they're just going to go jump to Brad. It's like, and vice versa for the men. And if we want to talk about the men, it'd be the same shit. So it's just, I don't think it's healthy. Maybe if we'd be more specific in the conversation, but when I hear it, it just seemed like, yeah, I can see how my generation is going to group themselves in this conversation, and they're going to start putting that jacket on each other, even though they haven't experienced this shit, because they got questions and frustrations and feelings that they want answered. So when they come here looking for them and they're hearing like, okay, this is what it is, then they're going to compartmentalize that, on the earth when they go out into the earth.
Okay, I think that's fair. I think the baby mama drama and shit like that, I don't think you'll see a vast difference in what men dealt with before as opposed to what they're dealing now, because the system in the courts, the laws haven't changed. So I think that those things are still viable. You know what I mean? Now, the reason why, go ahead.
I'm just saying we're not having as many kids. We're not having those kids. Is what I'm
Kids are
saying.
down.
So we're not even
before 30. The kids are down. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So we're not even at 21. We ain't having, child support and baby mama drama issues like y'all were necessarily. But
At a
I'm
younger
sure, yes, I'm saying at a younger age. But unless a black boy does the research, I'm pretty sure he's going to start saying, yeah, black women are baby mamas and this and that, and they having kids illegitimately. And if he was to take a step back and look at the women in the earth that around his age, most of them ain't got kids. Most of them that they hit up on Instagram, you don't got to worry about, snacks or time and this and that. Maybe they're schooling, maybe they're, job and education, maybe a dog or something or a cat, but it's usually not a kid,
Yeah.
So
I think in the context of the conversation, right, correlations are often drawn, right? And so the reason why I brought up that stat specifically is because the correlation of the black woman being a common denominator, that was a specific and direct rebuttal to that, saying how so if this is that, right? Because also a lot of those stats are decently old too,
Yeah.
But the
So
premise, let me give you this though, so I want to get your 2 cents on this, because this is a long ass 5 minutes you got, but we're gonna milk it. So the when I put it out there, right, where essentially we're being born in single parent led homes, right, majority led by the women. Mr. Fantastic actually brought up a stat before. It talked about the most single fathers. So white men were the most single fathers, followed up by Latino men, and then black men at a 15% rate. And I think Latino men were at like 30%. But what that stat was actually showing was the men who are single fathers, out of all single fathers, 15% of the single fathers are black men. So it wasn't actually a badge of honor. It was like, damn, y'all don't have y'all kids singularly. You see what I'm saying? Based on the stat. So today we were looking at, if you're raised by women, right? And we kind of complain about women's disposition, but a lot of what we learn, a lot of how we act is nurture. And then you look at crime statistics, right? Even though it's a small number, we overrepresent in things that are violent. When we see other black men, what's our first thought, right? How many times do we face fight, right? Our disposition towards each other. Then you take all that real, the life example along with the numbers, and then put that man in a relationship. How is he going to do in a relationship if he's dealing with a woman with a similar disposition? I argue that the relationship's going to end poorly. You see, that's
true.
what I was trying to
I just
understand today.
I just think when we're talking about those stats, like the stats you're mentioning now, I don't even think those are pulled from my generation of people. So when we're having this conversation,
the crime rates have younger people in them.
Yeah, the crime rates. I'm talking about the relationship ones. I mean, the crime rates is going to be down though, and I don't think we're projecting that young black men are criminals unless you're talking about older people. I'm talking about like in the relationship dynamic. So when I'm talking to black women and black men, so when like we're putting like if a young black man is going to put a jacket on a black woman and be like, she got an attitude, she gonna be disgruntled, she gonna be a baby mama, she gonna be these things before they even really get into the earth. Like I'm telling you, it's coming with a predisposition before they even interact with each other, and it's not going to lead to solutions. So I'll hear these conversations about statistics, and I'm like, that don't even correlate to the people y'all necessarily trying to help, because y'all more often than not, y'all are trying to help the next generation. Anytime I talk about the older or the current, like the middle age, they say they're cooked. They gonna do what the fuck they gonna do. So they need to help the new generation. So when they're talking about the message, it's usually for the people who want to change this older or the young people that don't know no better. And so I'm like, this message isn't gonna help either. It's really not. It's just going to either reinforce the negative shit they went through in life, or it's going to project the trauma that they haven't gone through in life.
So I think you're right. Now I'm reflecting back to when I had all the ladies on the panel that were your age or younger, right? And then I brought it was. Are you on there? I don't think you're on there when it was the young guys and the young ladies.
I might have been.
And I think I posed the question based on the conversation that we have. And if you didn't know how old they were, it was the same conversation. So I'm just using that anecdotal example of people, men and women from a bunch of different areas, not knowing each other, talking the same, the women having similar sentiments, the men, etc. So, what do you do in that instance? Now that was only 10 people, right? But nevertheless, the conversation sounded similar.
But then when you start, how many times have guys have had similar sentiments, and do you like, hey, how much have you gone through that in your life? It's like, I'm not talking about me, but I'm talking about, so like that's, in my opinion, even in those conversations, a lot of times they're not even talking about themselves. They're talking about what they presume is happening in the earth. And they're going off of that. And I think that's unhealthy when we're having these conversations, because when we leave here, we're taking it to an individual level and we're projecting out into the people we're dealing with in real life, and it don't get anywhere. So that's just why I see it. Unless I'm able to compartmentalize in real time, like, hey, let me not put this jacket on women I'm just dealing with my age because they haven't gone through it. Let me give them benefit of doubt regardless of what they say. A lot of people put these jackets on each other, and it's already coming like before the relationship even starts. Like you heard CJ, he already got this jacket about black women in his head based off of all these things. I can only imagine if he wasn't dealing with the one he dealt with, he gonna go in with predisposition of thinking like this woman moves and thinks and operates like this. Granted, I mean, maybe because he's 33, but even then I would say these problems that projected is a little bit older. I think probably maybe your crowd, if not older than that.
Yeah, the presupposition I think is an instant issue. I think that is even an issue on every conversation, right? If we enter the conversation with the assumption that I already know, right, then I think that we've done that conversation a disservice, right? There's no way that you shouldn't be able to come up here and say something profound and I instantly adopt that, as opposed to sticking on the premise that I came up here to initially paint, right? Because if it's wrong or if it's something better is said, then I just go with that. I think that that's probably the most fruitful in terms of the conversation itself. So, but I think it's an interesting perspective. But let me ask you this before I get the beans, though, right? Because what you're saying is viable. I think it's a different point, but I want to get your take on this point, though, right? So if we, again, raised by the women specifically, right? We tend to take on mannerisms, emotionality, etc. Right? In our culture, what does it say? Criminality is praised, right? To be tough is to be cool. To be a gangster is cool, right? All that shit. You step on my shoes, I'm black in your eye, shit like that, right? Now you take that man, put him in a relationship with a woman who has a very similar disposition. What happens then? Because the one stat that I was wrestling with, Sway, is the 70% initiating a divorce, right? They dismiss the notion when I say Big Chug don't never tell on nobody because he always the one doing something. He don't come tell me shit, you see? But what do you think about that? You know what I mean?
It's just even in the conversations about the criminal thing, it's like, I don't think when we're having this conversation about that leans to my generation about we think being a criminal is cool.
No,
And
I'm not putting a jacket on their relationship, but just looking at, because we're talking about people that are divorcing and
but you're
things, so
saying,
they're older
yeah,
than
you're
you.
saying if they grew up in an environment that subject them to this type of ideology, that is not going to be conducive for a relationship.
Not even ideology. They're literally subject to it. So that is who they are. You see, right?
A
The
criminal.
man. Well, so the man who's raised by women specifically is speculatively he's going to have a slightly more emotional disposition.
Okay.
When you look at the things that we praise, it usually has a criminal element to it. Drug dealer, gangster, right? How we see one another as threats, maybe not enemies, right? But as threats, just almost naturally. When you see a group of black men, especially given a particular environment, what are our first thoughts about each other? Then you take all that, put it in a black man, and then put him in a relationship with a woman who probably has a similar disposition. What happens? You see what I'm saying? Well, and that's what I was saying. So when I'm looking at the 70% divorce, I'm like, can we put the jacket on women fucking that up, or look at the men that are getting in relationships?
No, I think I told you, you got to do both. I'll never be the one to say you got to put it on man and not the woman, or the woman and not the man. I'm going to say, yeah, both. So the man's going to have to take that jacket for whatever he's involved in, and then adjust, and the woman as well. You know, that divorce rate, I think both contribute to that 70%. I'm not going to say it's the woman's fault or the man's fault, unfortunately, because a lot of times, as much as I want to say, when I give it examples, the men that are in those situations and have gone through those don't make it easy to be on their side. Like, because I start talking about, what did you do? How are you moving? What's your reaction? What's this and that? And I start breaking it down. They just as wrong as the woman a lot of the times. So, but all I'm saying is in that situation, it's funny because unless the narrative is changed or we're talking about it differently, the next generation is just going to perpetuate that same thing, regardless. Like, they're going to perpetuate the same disgruntled, emotional bullshit and trauma. Like, how many people harp on slavery, but they haven't been a slave, and they'll use it and they'll throw it in people's face and justify the white boogeyman. And then they won't do anything with it. Like, they'll just won't do anything in life. They'll just this society's corrupt. It's meant for failure. When in all actuality, you're seeing guys like Hamp, me, Fantastic, anybody else, Aaron. It ain't as corrupt as you think it is. You were projected on as a kid to think life is a certain way, and you never live life for what it is. And in these conversations in real time, I promise you, bro, if you go talk to like 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 10-year-olds, girl, boy, whatever, they're starting to sound like these old motherfuckers that have not been in a relationship, that have not done any criminal history, that have not done anything in life. But how are you talking like a grown ass adult? And then I can only imagine when you get to be the 16, 18, 20, how this is going to manifest. And it's going to manifest as the same thing, Hamp, but they ain't go through it. They didn't go through the shit you're describing. You're saying that they actually went through, and now that this is them, and what happens when it manifests when they're dealing with the opposite partner that actually went through similar situations, and now they're fucked up.
Yeah.
No, these kids are already fucked up without having to go through the shit, is what I'm saying. And how do we get here, and how do we prevent it? Like, that's my thing. How did we get here? How did we get here to where we're just constantly projecting onto a generation that they are going to experience these things, or this is something about life that they have to look out for, even though these people that they're talking about haven't done it. So if I'm talking about black women to a young kid, he's thinking about the girls his age. He's not thinking about black women in the earth. So when I'm saying that to him, he's going to start projecting that onto the women he grows up with. And he's going to start looking at the little micro things instead of giving them any grace, because the women are also going through an experience in life, right? All the grace is going to go out the window, because it's not going to be like it's not her fault. It's going to be that this is what they are, and I can't give them no grace.
Yeah,
it's going to be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the assumption is that's who she is, right? Because of what he's heard or what's been put in his mind, and then what happens. And that's what we're talking about. I don't think you were there, but just like the deficit mindset or the defeated mindset, right? And we still trying to, I don't know if we determined it was defeated, but it just puts you in a place to where you're starting a little bit lower than maybe you initially would have. You know what I'm saying?
And just personally, when I've heard this entire conversation, I've gotten that interpretation the whole time. Who is that? Oh, goddamn, fuck you.
No,
Why you gotta? You know you racist.
That ain't you.
You a racist motherfucker, bro.
No,
you mad you look like a goddamn potato with no neck. Fuck you.
No, I'm just saying.
That was me. I would be on this panel and I'd be a bajillionaire somewhere else talking about Scientology.
You look. Don't he look suspended in that shot like he in a shaft of a
Hey man.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm in the air.
I wasn't sure it was a green screen now. I'm trying to figure out what was going on. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, good shit.
I'm in the air. I'm on a lift.
Well, whatever, nigga. You look like
Mission. You niggas ain't shit.
Beans, what's popping?
Not DC.
DC?
Yeah, not DC. DC ain't popping right now.
Watching it?
DC under the microscope, baby.
Oh yeah.
Your boy back in there.
Yeah, man. He doing it. What's good though?
Man, I feel like what's his name? I feel like unlikely. So you gonna turn the bounties on soon as I come on the panel? I did. We see what it is.
Hey,
It's the third time you done did.
Lee, salute Lee. I didn't even see Lee today.
Nah, but damn, I wanted to say this. First of all, to Shad, I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Shad.
All right, man, change that to an O and make it easier for us. I want to say thank you for calling Fantastic out for being disingenuous. Like, I'm so glad that you did that, man. I love Fantastic on the intellectual side of the game, which is why I get so frustrated when he does it. But I will say this, he admitted it. I gotta give him credit for at least admitting that that's what he does, right? So now it's out there. Nobody can pretend like it ain't. He said it out of his own mouth. Something could be the absolute truth, but if he feels like that truth can be weaponized to recreate a past narrative that is his agenda to get rid of, then in that moment he will absolutely be disingenuous. And so now it's out there. We can't take it back. Beans was right again. Secondly, I also want to shout out to HAMP for also calling them out on it and saying like, nah, bro, we can't really do that. You know what I'm saying? It's not really intellectual. Salute to you for doing that. Because I just don't like that. Most of my shows is about communication. I'm usually not like trying to attack people. I attack the way people communicate. And that's a big part of our problem, the way that we communicate with each other in these conversations, and it makes things go left when we're disingenuous too much. The other thing was to Sway. I think we need to have a conversation about this thing called past trauma, right? Like passing down trauma, because I think we might be exaggerating it. If it's one thing I learned in the past few years is that there is, and at this point, I would just bet money. A majority of the women coming out of two-parent households have the same mindset as the women coming out of single mother households. None of them don't give a damn about men. They strong, independent, do it all by themselves. It's the same thing. Don't take me to Olive Garden, take me to Roof Chris. Got to be 6 feet, 6-pack, 6 figures, 12 inches. Like they all saying the same thing. So it's
Question.
I'll be right back.
It just interests me, and I want you to finish your soliloquy, right? But it just interests me. Have you experienced that?
What particularly?
Like just all that, they got all these expectations, tall nigga, I need this food, etc. I'm only asking intentionally because Sway had mentioned where on the panel they'd be like, that ain't me. I'm just talking about what other niggas is going through. Because I personally never really experienced that before. Where she was like, I gotta go to Ruth Chris. I never seen that before. But it could just be an outlier situation. Or have you experienced that before? Like when you was outside getting popping and shit?
So no, but the reason why I would say for me, you can't really count me is because I'm older. Right? So think about it like this. Not only am I older, right? Not only am I older, but I've literally been in a relationship for like 21 straight years. So I ain't been dating. Ain't nobody been able to tell me, no, you can't take me here, take me there.
So it don't pertain to you, essentially.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
So the
But
young
if I
boys
come
tell you
listen-
that? Now,
Say
question being, sorry, I keep it because I'm thinking of this shit as we going, right? So, like baby boy told you that, or the young boys you be around was saying they experienced this? Because like,
I'm
Shad
listening to
singles-
the women. I don't listen to dudes, really.
Okay.
Yeah, so my take ain't got nothing to do with what the dudes is saying. I'm listening to the women. This is what I'm saying. I'm a data statistic person, right?
Mm-hmm.
I watched Kevin Samuels for like 2 straight years.
Mm-hmm.
That man was interviewing no less than 15 women a day for 2 years. You do the math.
And they was talking like that.
That's a way heavier sample size than any of these other data points that we probably want to use.
Yeah.
Right. So when it was all said and done, and because this is where people go wrong at.
Okay.
They say the women aren't choosing that. Well, that's a bad argument because it leans into the narrative that you don't qualify for. Right? You can't choose it because it's not around you. You don't have that option to choose from it, right? But then the other part is this. The fact of the matter is that those men don't exist, which is the men's argument. You're waiting on unicorns. So of course you don't get to choose that. But here's the bigger problem. Now, when you choose the dude that you do choose, and he's not the thing that you actually really want, you mistreat him. So in the conversation that you had, right? And this is not farce. If there's a guy who likes Rihanna and he gets with Precious, do you think he's going to treat her nice? Yes or no? Right? It's a rhetorical question, right?
Yeah.
No, right? So when you think you're settling, you don't tend to treat those people right. Most women think they're settling. Most women think they could have the top guy. They all think they deserve the top guy. So of course they think they're settling. So do you think they're treating these men nicely, respectfully? They're arguing every day that they shouldn't have to be feminine, right? So when you talk about the divorce rate, it's like, yes, I'm putting that on the women. Listen.
Okay, your premise. Well, hold on. Let me just spell it out, right? Just because I want. So because people, they're at times they listen when they feel like it, right? You're actually directly addressing what we laid out already, right? Because regardless of his disposition, hers is as such. And if you think you settling, he could be emotional, he could be a dickhead, he could be raised by his mommy. It don't matter because she don't fuck with him anyway. I just want to make sure that they understand where you coming from, essentially. Not to say you didn't articulate it well, but
he could be dope. It won't make a difference.
But if he ain't what she thinks she should get, it don't even matter. He don't even have to have all those problems.
Exactly. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, to me, I think it's okay to have conversations and lay accountability where it goes, right? And that's why, to swear, I wanted to say, I don't necessarily know if a lot of this is just past trauma. We don't ever want to talk about the boogeyman, right? So it just is what it is. Like, as long as we're not talking about the boogeyman, there are no resolutions. There is no solving this. There is no changing this. Are we making it worse? Absolutely. We're providing the propaganda that feeds the machine to destruction, right? Black people are, I'm about to do a show on this. Black people are the new warmongers. That's what we are. The same. If you ever notice, wars last a long time. And the purpose of a war is actually profit, right? So look at the drug war, right? And how much they profited off of that. Now look at what we calling this. We calling this the gender war. And it's all about profit. To your point, if people aren't experiencing these things, they still jumping on the internet talking about it. Why? Because they think they can make $1 off of it. If it was for free, you wouldn't have all these podcasts like this.
But I know. So yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say, right? I just wasn't looking at it like how you looked at it with the settling aspect. I was genuinely trying to say, damn, if you got all these, right, and you come out like this and you don't have a father figure, you know, all the stereotypes. What happens when you get with a woman? It sounds like it's gonna gonna be a crash course. And then one thing, I don't know if you heard me say this as well. One thing that this might have been a reach, you can correct it if it is, but you look at how you say lesbian relationships have the most domestic violence and things like that. Well, I'm looking at this man's disposition. If all those things be true, like what I said, what is his disposition is more emotional, more etc. What happens, you know? So I'm just looking at different things to correlate it, but
I don't know if that's always the truth. This is one of those things I don't think we can actually quantify.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is that regardless to whether or not your mom is the significant figure in the household, you may still take your cues from the men around you.
You think that is more likely to happen?
I would argue yes.
Okay.
Because I would argue most men want to be manly. Right? They want to move like a man, think like a man, and act like a man. So they'll take their cues from the men around them. Even if those men happen to be gang banging, drug dealing, violent, illiterate, pants hugging off their ass, whatever that is, right? They'll tend to take those cues. So one of the things I used to, when I was younger, me and my mom used to get into it because I used to say, my little brother, I was like, he's gay. And my mom like, don't speak that over my son. Don't speak that over my son. But it's like, I'm not calling him gay because I'm mad at her. I'm looking at his choices. I'm looking at his mannerisms and how he act and the things that he's choosing to do. When the rest of us want to go play video games, he wants to go play in your clothes. Right? So that's what I'm saying. The majority of us want to go play video games. The majority of us wanted to be outside and chasing women and all of those type of things. If that's true, then it also must be true that the majority of us would choose, right, the manliest mannerisms. But emotion is different. Because if you don't have emotional discipline, then you'll make emotional choices, and then we call those feminine, or we'll say he's acting like a woman when he's just acting like a human being because in the moment he's being emotional.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a fair point to me.
I got I guess a little bit of a different perspective than Beans does. And I guess only because I still feel like it's hard to as he said, quantify. When we talk about the 70%, there's no stats, and maybe there is Beans and people like Mr. Fantastic might have more information than me, but there's no way for us to assess what that 70% means. So I feel like when we talk about these issues, we always get stuck at the symptom and we never kind of mine through the root. So if I just Google, so it's about what 30% of Black children are born in married households. That means does that sound off?
No, that sounds accurate. Yeah.
So if only 30% of kids are seeing a man and a woman function cohesively, have breakdown, work through the breakdown, keep pushing. I guess I don't understand why people would expect there to be a high success rate, because most things in life, you have to get some type of training to be considered an expert at it. You know what I mean? I think relationships require the same training, but for some reason we seem to kind of like undervalue their perspective, and we think because people like each other, it's going to equal into a long-lasting, healthy relationship. And I think that's the part I kind of get stuck at. What I see happening is kind of what you would expect to happen with a group of people who are not being raised up in that type of environment. Like,
absolutely.
So that's the part I don't quite understand. Like, and that's why I'm slow to blame a side, because it's like, well, shit, ain't none of us being born in those types of households. So it's perfect.
Yes, but That's true, but here's the reason why I say I will blame sides, right? Because I watch women go to work and be on those jobs for 5, 10, 15, 20 plus years.
Did I get stuck with just beans? Hey, Aaron, is Bean stuck or is that me? Is Bean stuck? Yeah, I don't. He's not moving.
Yeah, he might be frozen.
Okay. Hamp gone too, so it's just.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Beans a question about emotions in the moment. With it just being human and like being emotional and letting emotions influence your actions and decisions to me sound kind of different. So I when he was saying that, I was trying to figure out what exactly was being said. Hey Beans, you got to reset your shit if you can hear us, man. You're like frozen in the ether.
Frozen beans is crazy.
Frozen,
Yeah.
frozen beans, exactly.
That's why it's hard to blame a side for what's going on with knowing like that to be true. And how do we deal with that piece first?
Yeah.
Before we start assigning blame to a side for what's going on. That's just my personal position. And I also think that, which is, I guess it's shocking for people our age, but and I'm on the internet. A lot of the work I do is on the internet, but I do feel that it's kind of shocking to see people over the age of 28 get so much of their information about the world from the internet. Because I think
how old are you?
I'm 38. Well, I'll be 38 next week. Next week I'll be 38. Yeah. So it's a huge world outside of the internet that exists that I don't know. Even when he mentioned, Kevin Samuels' platform and the amount of people that he interviewed, I still don't think it would equal up to the amount of people who are who don't participate in these spaces as much to get a better understanding.
Well, yeah, but when you say that there's a large world outside of the internet, I agree, but I also would have to agree that there's a large world inside of the internet, because how many individual women would you be able to see actually have an in-depth conversation with your own 2 eyes and ears in the real world vis-a-vis the internet? But because someone is willing to curate and interview a bunch of people and make those interviews accessible to you, that you can see dozens per week, you'd never be able to experience that out in the real world. You know what I mean? So in a sense, the internet has created an even bigger world. But I get what you're saying, though. There is something to be said about real life experience as opposed to virtual experience. You know what I mean? Because I think in real life experience, you get a better sense of your place in the world, because you can see the world interact to what you do and your presence in it in real time. Where the internet, it's all based on what facade you present and how the facade that the internet is presenting responds to your facade, which is kind of synthetic. You know what I'm saying? So I think there's merit and shortcoming in both, but I don't know if it filters out the emotional component. You know what I mean? Or if it exacerbates it. You know, that's the part I'm struggling on. But like you, I'm also not interested in necessarily assigning blame unless there's a plan to use that information to find and employ a solution. Other than that, what the fuck is blame about anyway? Use that blame to get the problem to stop. And
When you done making your point, we were kind of talking around what you said, but I know you.
Yeah, my internet went out because the devil don't like me.
Did you hear the question I had for you though?
What's that?
I'm not sure.
Oh, when you were saying about emotion, is it necessarily feminine or just a person being human? I mean, is it the feeling of emotion, the expression of emotion, or how emotion influences what a person does that you consider just being human?
All of it.
Oh.
Yeah. So Let me. Can I come back to that? Can I put a pin in that real quick?
Yeah. Oh, by all means, because you were on something. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is what I was saying. A job ain't nothing but a relationship. I've seen women go and be on jobs for 5, 10, 15, 20 plus years, bro. Right? So how are you able to maintain that relationship and not your marriage? It's not like you go to work and everything is always fine. You're dealing with multiple people getting on your nerves. You know what I'm saying? But somehow you're able to maintain that. Well, the women have said out of their own mouth, yeah, but they paying me. Exactly. So you're saying I have to pay you for your civility. I have to pay you for your loyalty. I have to pay you for your commitment. Because if I do something wrong, the first thing in your mind is, should I be with you anymore? You ready to check out. But if they do something wrong, well, they giving me a paycheck, so I'll take it. That's the problem.
I think it's a little deeper than that. I think it's a little deeper than simply, well, they're paying me. I think maybe because in some way her survival has to be predicated on it in order for there to be that kind of reverence. You know what I mean? Like
Yes,
if you get what I'm going?
No, I do, but the problem with that is that it's just a job. You can get another one. Right? Like I would argue
you're right.
that nowadays.
You're right, but in the moment, is that the sensation? Is that the feeling in the moment? Right? Or in the moment, is there a survival trigger?
But even if it isn't, that's my point. See, there was a time where the women looked at the man as a survival point. They don't anymore, which is why
we agree there.
Loyal. So that's
the
what I'm
correlation.
saying. Loyalty in itself has to be a choice now. You have to be choosing it. You're not in this. It's not fear. It's not fight or flight. Right?
I got
it's just I can choose it or not, and they're continuously saying, "Nah, I'm out. I can get another dude, or I can be."
That's your point.
All by myself, right? And
I got you. Yeah.
You nowadays, especially, it seems you could get a job easily, then you can get another relationship.
Right.
But we don't have that same mentality. We're like, I'll just get another job. No, you take whatever it is they dish out. If they say come in at 5, you aren't supposed to be in the 7. You show up. If they say the 7, you supposed to get up at 5. You stay late. They asking you to do stuff that ain't even in your pay scale, and you do it. You go and you get it done because you're committed to that job. Even if it's for the money, whatever reason you choose it. So yes, if you're in
what I was saying is just a matter of semantics. You're skirting that and your overall reason. I mean, I got you now, understanding that.
Yeah. If you to me, the reason why I say I can assign blame is because you left. As long as you left, then you're the reason. Period. If I'll put you like this. I use this example a lot. I got an uncle, he was on drugs for like 12 to 15 years. His woman stayed with him. He finally decided to get off drugs, got clean, and they still been together ever since. And life has been a bed of roses since. Would I recommend to somebody to stay in it for 15 years? Probably not. But the fact of the matter is that if she did it, why can't you? Why can't we use that as the barometer? Why do you want to use, well, this chick left and she went and found somebody else as the barometer? Because that's the easier thing to do. We don't want to tell nobody to do anything, suffer through anything. The women leave as if they have a clean slate inside these relationships, as if they're not bringing any trauma, any baggage, any bullshit. It's nothing to deal with from them. Now, I say to the men, bro, if you don't want to be monogamous, don't get married. Don't be in a relationship. Don't lie. Don't tell women, yeah, we exclusive. It's just me and you, babe. Whole time knowing you're gonna be cheating. Just do your thing. Hey, listen, right now I'm on some polyamorous stuff. I'm not trying to be with one person. If you can't deal with that, then I'm not the one for you. Right?
This is also fact.
I always say that. However, as a woman, you can't look me in my face and tell me you think all men are dogs, all men are cheat, but you're gonna leave everyone that does it. There's no logic to that. That's like me saying all jobs suck, but then I keep going and getting different jobs. It doesn't make any sense, right? So that's why I'm saying, what did I do? All jobs sucked. I tried to start my own businesses. They've been struggling like a mug, but I've been surviving, and it's my business. I ain't got to go and deal with being micromanaged, right? So that's what I'm saying. If you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Hey, keep it going, y'all. I'll be back. Keep it going, y'all. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
go back in the house.
All men are dogs and they cheat, right? Or you're just picking the men who cheat. So then maybe you ought not do that. Shad, I say this all the time. I hear women say, everything I do for my kids. I'm like, except for prioritize having a man. Right? Like you don't, that's the one thing you won't do for your kids. You won't look at the man and say, this man is the best option for my children. He don't look the best. His money ain't the longest. His dick ain't the longest. He ain't got the swag and everything, but he gonna be a great father. And I'm gonna love, respect, and value him for that. They don't do that. You want the man to be tall, dark, handsome, all this other stuff, and all of that shit that benefits you. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, when it comes to divorce, I put it at the women's feet. Absolutely.
All right, Beans, I got another perspective. I might get some pushback, but it's cool. I can stand on 2 feet. And tell me what you think about this. I feel like because I was in a long relationship a few years ago that ended. And when I hear these conversations, sometimes I feel that most times, I feel that we romanticize like the past in a way that sometimes I feel is dishonest. When we talk about how the elders operated and kind of we I guess we can talk about how they stayed together, but what the quality of life was for both of those individuals who were involved in those relationships. Because when I think about as a kid, where I got my cues from, both men and women, I would say the majority of people I was around or heard talk about their relationship didn't talk about them in a way that made me excited to want to do it, right? But when we're having these discussions, we love to use the old as like our barometer for like what's right and what's good. And so you kind of hit on the job aspect. And I agree with you. I think as women continue to kind of advance economically, things are changing. The way they interact with us has changed. But do you think there's room for somewhat of a transition into how we look at each other when it comes to relationships? Because I think in a way, trying to kind of like bring back this idea of tradition in the way it looked 40, 50 years ago, I don't know if that's realistic with what's going on in the world economically, all those things. And I'm saying with the problem that you described, I do think like there's some new information that both men and women need to learn if we want monogamy and monogamous relationships to continue going forward. I don't think we're going back to the days where, or however it was, however we thought it, however we position it in our mind to look. I don't see us going back to that. And what I see happening is we keep bumping our head, hoping that it changes into something that we want based on what we've seen in the past, some of us. But I just don't see, I don't see that being the reality. So I'm like, well, what's next then? What's going, you know what I mean? What can we do differently other than keep fussing at each other about not being traditional?
Yeah, that's the plan. It's warmongering. Like that's the plan. That's where the money is at, bro. Like, we live in a capitalist country. It's all about the money. And it does not matter what level of destruction comes in the wake of pursuing the money. Nobody cares. Got to poison the water supply of a whole town? Who cares? 1,000 people gonna die? Who cares? We got to get this bag, right? Men and women gonna hate each other and be increasingly more violent towards each other with all of this rhetoric that we spewing. Who cares? Let's get this money. Super chats, baby, cash apps. Like it just this is the wave. This is it.
Bro, that's sick. That's sick. That's real sick. That, and I always said that I feel like people are really horrible at choosing enemies. Like, I'm sure you're familiar with that. It was an experiment done years ago. It was like a psychology experiment where they put out these people in a prison, and it was the prisoners and the guards. You ever heard of the experiment? It's an experiment about authority, and basically they were like making the people like electrocute each other. The guards was like it was like a psychological thing. But what I'm saying is, I feel like I see the same thing happen with us. Why we're fighting amongst each other, the people who need each other the most to kind of build whatever we're trying to build, instead of really like deal with, and which is why I kind of challenged Fantastic early in the conversation saying like, well, somebody else had said it last week about black women being like one of our biggest threats or enemies, whatever the semantics were. And I just don't see how you could say that with a straight face on the internet, bro. Like, I just don't see that in any kind of way. And this is me being around and being outside. I haven't had perfect experiences with black women, but for majority have been positive. Whether or not the relationship lasted or whatever, just my experience with women in general is overwhelmingly positive. And I guess
I don't think that's most men though. And I mean, we might not like the rhetoric, right? We might not like not the rhetoric, but we might not like the language, right? I think it's an argument to be made when you say that black women are the biggest danger to black men. The problem is that it sounds like it's just, I know you are, but what am I? Because black women been saying that same thing for years now. They've been saying it about us. So if we just say it like that, then it just sounds like I know you are, but what am I? But when you start using data and statistics and you say, nobody is putting me in harm's way, right, as a demographic more than you are, then it starts making sense. Now, to that degree, the men share culpability in that. This is what I learned. I had a domestic case. I had to do anger management. And I was upset. Like, I don't understand why I got to do anger management. I don't understand why I went to jail because this chick took my kid out the crib and ran, right? So I go fight to get my kid back. I go to jail. Now, if I'm a woman, guess what? It's an Amber Alert. If I'm gonna stole the kid from me, go get this nigga. But when the nigga go take his kid, no, you still the wrong. You still in the wrong. So I was he was just like I was acting. I ain't upset, didn't want to listen, screwing up the whole class. I saw a mirror of myself and I was like, okay, I don't want to be that nigga. And so I just started taking heed to the message. But the message was, yeah, your baby mama did this, and that. Yep, all that shit you saying she did. But you saw signs of this shit months before this incident happened that led you to be here today, right? So we have to take responsibility for the fact that we stay with chicks longer, right? When we know they whatever. But we are too. And I think that's really the issue is that we know we damaged. We know we messed up in the head. We know we got trauma. We got those other shit too. You know what I'm saying? So on some levels, it's like, I guess they call it trauma bonding, right? But the thing, like I said, the thing is if I look over the course of my life, yeah, dog, more women have done harm to me than anything else, than men have. Because the things that men did, the majority of them don't haunt me. The things that the women did, that shit haunts me. Your mama not loving you, telling you ain't shit. I should have flushed you. I hate your daddy. You look just like him. You ain't never gonna be shit. Putting you out when you a fucking kid. That shit haunts you, right? Your baby mama's taking your kids, using them as pawns against you, corrupting how you feel about your own children. See, people that never been through this, they don't understand it. They think they could just control every emotion. You can't. You don't know how you're going to feel or react to some shit sometimes until you go through it. But when you look your own kid upside the head, like I know how my mama felt. I look just like my daddy, and now her and I starting to have a problem. All she sees is that nigga. She don't see her own mistakes. We already know women ain't accountable anyway. But she just see, oh, you look just like that nigga who used to put his hands on me. Now you want to buck against me. You just him and I hate you too. Right? Fast forward 20 years later, I got a kid, baby mama using the kid, taking her from me, all this other shit. Put me on child support, all this other goofy shit. Now I'm looking at my own kid upside the head like, you look just like your mama. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think people really be understanding emotional shit, like what you can experience when you go through certain things until they actually go through it. I myself say, like I said to men, when it comes to the solution to relationships, there is none. The only thing that men have is stop cheating. That's it. Just stop cheating. That's the one thing that men can do to better their relationship outcomes. Just stop cheating. Keep your dick in your pants. It's okay. People be asking me, bro, you really ain't had, I ain't touched another woman since 2012. It's been, what's that, 13 years. I don't even remember what it was like to be with anybody else. It's okay, dog. You will keep living, I promise. Like, time goes on, you know, food still tastes the same, basketball games enjoyable, bowling is cool, kids all right. Like, things are okay if you just keep your dick to yourself, right? But the greater change is on the women, which is exactly why the white man chose to go at the women. He chose to corrupt the women. See, he made the men dysfunctional, right? He made the men dysfunctional by putting them at a deficit, but he corrupted the women. And the greater change is in their court. It's in their court to make the greater change. They have to actually start to value us beyond seeing us as a survival mechanism. They never learned how to do that.
That last part you just said, I'm with you. And I guess, again, for me, and it's just me personally, which is why I feel like I get in trouble sometimes with certain people, because it's just my approach to dealing with the problem. I agree with that last part you just mentioned, but the way we go about rectifying it, I don't see how we. Well, I guess you kind of already answered that question too. Instead of like having that conversation, we're doing a warmongering thing because it's more exciting.
You can't. You are you gonna get rid of the white man? Are you gonna shut down white media platforms? Are you gonna get rid of? Are you gonna get rid of social media? Are you gonna get rid of makeup, weave, and all that other shit? You're not gonna do it. Are you gonna make women go back to stand how giving up and CEOs and business owners and boss bitches and all? It's not gonna happen. You're not putting that genie back in the bottle. There is no fixing this. That's the point. We're not gonna do the thing that it would take to do that we need to do in order to fix it, which would be to burn this motherfucker to the ground and start off from scratch. Nobody's finna do that. You're just talking, and that's okay. I talk too. I'll be, hey, hit the cash out, support the stream. You know what I'm saying? But for me, it's just about. Well, the one thing I will say real quick though, Shad, I will say this. One thing I think we could do on a smaller level to better the relationship between men and women, I think black men and women need to start doing business together. That's the only thing I can really see. Everybody bossing up, everybody getting to the bag, everybody got these degrees. So stop trying to screw each other. Look past the fact that she got an ass. Look past the fact that he got green eyes, and let's start doing some business together, right? And investment firms and different things like that. Real estate deals, construction stuff. Build businesses together and value each other from that standpoint. And then maybe you'll see more people connecting and being able to stay together because now you're dealing with like-minded people. You're actually getting to know people just beyond sex. Because I think sex and babies too early corrupts people's opportunity to actually build a healthy relationship.
Yeah, because I don't think we have to burn it down. It's definitely going to burn, but that last part is the solution, right? Like-mindedness. Now, Beans, I think our discourse would be in where the like-mindedness should start, but I agree 100% with the like-mindedness. You know, I think the baseline for those people to be aligned and to have a mutual goal will be ultimately beneficial and outweigh some of the bullshit in which why people break up. You know what I mean? Because they're there for other reasons other than just she pretty or she got a fat ass. You know, so I think that premise is well articulated, and I accept that 100%. I just think the baseline of it, you know, I probably would think it would be more like biblical, but I think the goal, right, to have the same baseline overarchingly, regardless of what we agree that would be. But I think that premise is super solid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because now you have a similar understanding. That's another thing is there's a level of understanding that Aaron has that he can walk into the average room and the majority of the people in there won't be able to comprehend the way that he does, right? So imagine if all of his friends were just average people. You understand how difficult that could be for him, right? Having to be in that kind of space. So that's what I'm saying. If you're a woman who's, you know, leveled up, you know, you on some boss babe type stuff, you got your education, you're getting your bag together, and then you get with a group of women and other men who are doing the same thing to Hamp's point. Now there's that foundation. Like he said, he would prefer that it was biblical, but the foundation is that we have a level of understanding of how to move through this life right? In a very functional way, in a very prudent way, right? Versus I see you, I like you, I screw you. And now there's these emotions, right? and I'm making bad decisions in this relationship with you based off of those emotions, because that's usually how it works. But just to clarify, the burn it down part, as long as y'all don't want to get rid of, as long as nobody wants to get rid of social media, it's over. the impact of 10 likes on a chick's picture, you just can't understand it, bro. I mean, every chick. I don't even be on Facebook like that. But when I go on Facebook trying to reach out to certain people, because you ain't got people's phone numbers no more, my whole timeline be chicks dancing, doing stupid trends. You know what I'm saying? African chicks too. It's mostly African chicks they showing me for some reason, right? And that's what I'm saying. It's everywhere now. It ain't just America. It's global. Every chick, they getting likes, and it makes them all think I'm a baddie too. I'm great too. I should get it too. I deserve it too. So as long as that component exists, it's over with for this. We're going to get back to families and, husband. Not to mention the alphabet thing. It's way too much alphabet stuff going around.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know, like marriage as an example is up. Teen pregnancy is down. So people are listening to something. I think we have to figure out what it is, I think the money thing is certainly a motivation. I think people like to talk though, right? The overwhelming majority of people on the panels don't benefit monetarily from it,
Wait,
so I look at that.
What data point are you using when you say that?
Well, like, so for instance,
when you say that marriage is up, what data point are you using?
Like literally, it was just more marriages last year than the year before, essentially.
But does that also coincide with the data point that would? So is that? Oh, okay. So that's in general. So that's not specific to Black
in general.
people.
Yep. People just getting married. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then teen pregnancy is like down. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, teen pregnancy is
violent.
Because
Like, even like violence is down. Maybe because people don't go outside no more. But it's just like
that's what I'm saying. It's not a trend backwards though. You see that? That's not a trend backwards to more families and households and. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing.
It's not a trend backwards, but it's not a trend. But I agree. It's not like people are going back to old ways, but which is interesting because it's going to sound oxymoronic, but it seems to be a trend in the right direction. But it is, but it's not for the reasons of which maybe would be more righteous. But we do see things trending in, depending on what you think is right, the right direction. You know what I'm saying? But it's just interesting when we look at it and laying it out,
You need to share that data with me because I ain't seeing that. Like I can even if I accepted that the marriage numbers is going up, the divorce rate for Black women, and because I tend not to care about the other races unless it's in comparison, right? But it's still high, right? Like and that's what I'm saying. They're not lasting.
What is
People
it now?
Marriages aren't lasting.
What is it now?
But last year is that's a difficult thing, right? Because that's only 1 year. So if we know that the average marriage in the Black community was 5.5 years, then now we have to wait 4 years to see what the data point is.
What it is now. Yeah.
We have to wait to see. So
I think
I mean, not that I'm rooting it. Well, yeah, I am kind of rooting against it because I kind of want mankind to go extinct. But the fact of the matter is that to me, if you don't get rid of the media and the influence that is the source of corruption, how do you fix it? Right? Like how do you get people to, especially children, to not be influenced? Like Sway was just arguing that so many of the young people haven't even experienced stuff, that just regurgitate. That right there highlights the influence of social media.
The influence of social media, and I think people around them, but I think social media might be the biggest influencer, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
The algorithm thing, it interests me, because what my algorithm consists of, I can see how I'm curating it, and so now I just wonder, like, what are people looking at and watching and making a choice to do so? And then we say media is influencing them, but the truth is they have to click on that stuff, Now my algorithm gets messed up, Beans. I guess I'm kind of just literally thinking out loud. when people send me so many clips and I click them, and now it's all this shit on there. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm watching it, it's usually like I like to watch like interrogations, like crime shows, boxing stuff, football stuff. You know, so that's the stuff that like comes on mine. And then if somebody send me a clip, now women ain't shit all down the fucking timeline. You know, so I guess that's how it happens essentially. You know.
But it don't take that many clicks. Like, I mean,
hell no.
You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
So
means all you gotta do is type in sneakers. I was looking for some Timbs or something. I got so many Timbs ads on my on my Instagram now. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like it's just one pair, and I know which one I'm gonna get. It's only 3 pairs I'm gonna wear, but for some reason I got all of these Timberlands on my shit now. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't necessarily put like people. I've heard people say that before, like yo, it's all about what you watch. But it's like, yeah, if I click on it one time though, right? Yeah. Like if I go to, I got a bunch of YouTube channels, not channels, but a bunch of YouTube pages, right? And I can go to a page that I barely use, and it's all this goofy stuff, all this rated G stuff, right? But if I come to my channel, yeah, it's all of this. You know, Kevin Samuels type, you know, podcast and gender war mixed in with sports and battle rap, right? Because those are the things that I've clicked on. But they also put Chinese channels in there. I ain't never looked for a Chinese channel in my life, but it always be a slew of Asian channels. It's always a slew of dance trends and Pokemon, like stuff I could care less about. They still push it and promote it to me, right? So then if I click on it one time, now my channel is flooded with it, and they finna sit up here and try to say it's your fault because I clicked on one thing. Like, no, you're pushing that on me, right? And so if you're not into sports or anime and you're black, you can probably argue that you're probably most, especially if you're younger, you're probably watching podcasts. Let's just be honest. So if all the podcasts are having the same conversation, then that's not your fault.
Yeah. It's a lot of different podcasts though. So I agree with you. It's about what you're looking for, and I think everyone is interested in relationships. And this, I guess, this for me, I feel like people aren't honest. People are, in general, a lot of people are honest, but people aren't honest about why they're here, and kind of, you know, because it's like at the end of the day, people are here because they're interested in relationships because they want to be in them.
Right. Absolutely.
So they come to these spaces to hear about relationships.
Yep.
But I think sometimes immaturity makes people kind of do this little rascal type shit where it's like girls, boys, that type of shit, versus being like, hey, I'm here because I'm trying to learn. I'm interested in one day potentially being in a relationship, but I don't really have the tools. I didn't learn from my mom, my dad, no one gave it to me. So I'm here to learn. And then what happens is, because entertainment sales, and kind of what you was hitting in a little bit, being like people ain't willing to sit down and do the slow road and really get the information. We all kind of it becomes like the warmongering thing, because that's more entertaining. But we know why people are here, because they're interested in relationships, because deep down inside they want to be in one. So that's why I say I remember when I first hopped on and I was asking questions, and CJ was getting upset with me because I'm like, I listen to y'all talk, and y'all talk about how bad women are, but then the next conversation, it's about getting to the bottom of it. Half of these dudes got a girl, and I'm sitting there like, now I don't understand what's happening. Like, now y'all playing with people. Now y'all playing on people's top paws, and that don't make sense to me as a grown up. Like, what are we doing? What's the point? And I was trying to understand it, and that's what kind of helped me a couple of times. He reeled me in, so now I get it. So when I come here, I kind of know, I understand what's going on. But at first, I was like, what the hell is this? What's the point?
Shadi. The thing is, right, when I'm listening and all that, you know what I mean? I'm like, I heard this mantra forever ago. You can't live with them, you can't live without them. Y'all heard that before?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
So I just be listening like, nigga, what you? It's regular shit. Like, you know?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's a good point. That's actually a great point. That's actually a great point. I think that's what they're pushing back against, but to your point,
I'm like, what you mean? She acting like a girl? Like, that's right. What I mean. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though, you know, I think one thing that I want to say, and I want to mind this out more when we got more time, is like, we accept unbecoming behavior because of like the gender, you know what I mean? And I think unbecoming behavior needs to be checked, period, regardless of who doing it, you know? Like my son, he bad as shit, right? The nigga is, yo, I'm trying to tell you, he get in trouble every day at school, hitting people, punching people. Now it's my fault, but it's intentional, right? He got mad sisters. So, but he'll be doing bad shit, and they'll be like, "Oh, he's just a boy." Nah, rolling people down the steps that's not how just a boy work. You feel me? Like Rocky shouldn't be flying down the steps, and she ain't choose to. That's not how that go. You know, but we just accept it because he a boy. But if it's bad, it's bad. You know what I mean? So that's one thing. That's one thing I thought about.
I mean, I think that's what they're pushing back against. They're pushing back against that whole notion of happy wife, happy life, cheaper to keep, you know what I'm saying? That type of stuff. I think that's what they're pushing back against. And partly because of it's so much more being asked of men, particularly from a financial standpoint, and also from a tolerance standpoint. And I think that's kind of what they're pushing back against. I guess like you, fall under the mantra, hey man, look, it's better to have one than not. You know what I'm saying? It's better to be with, it's better to have a woman in your life. It's better to have some women that you could connect with on some level. Like if this was just all men, I would go crazy. That's called prison. And I promise you, it's not fun. It's very upsetting to have to wake up every day and see men. So I'm just saying, like, I get it. Women are the well has been poisoned, and it is sick. The fact that in general they don't actually love us or value us as just human beings, as beings, right? They don't value us. They all the same people who say don't pigeonhole me, don't discriminate against me, against my gender, do it to men all the time. Oh, you supposed to provide because you're a man. You supposed to die for me because you're a man. Women and kids off the ship first because you a man. Like everything is because you a man. Take out the trash, you a man. Everything is because you a man. But if we say because you're a woman, how dare you say because I'm a woman? It's 2025, right? So it sucks to know that they genuinely don't love or value us, but they still look good though. Like, I mean, and I hate to say that because I know that's putting so much value on their looks, but come on, man. Like, women be looking amazing. It be crazy sometimes, bro. I be seeing certain shots. You know, she done took 1,000 pictures to get that one shot. And I'll just be like, yeah, it did exactly what you thought it was going to do. It's giving exactly what you thought it was going to give. And that's enough. That's enough. I don't need you to be smart. I don't need you to be a scientist. I don't need you to be a doctor. It's enough for you to look that way. Because you ain't my woman nowhere.
You feel like most when it comes to choosing this woman that's gonna be opposite of most of the experiences that we're gonna have as men, you feel like most dudes, and I guess everybody can answer, do you feel like most dudes know how to sort that out and find that, or is it just to the point where all the women are tainted and there's no point even trying to have discernment to find that out? Because I would argue that most men don't know how to. I can speak for myself. I didn't know for a long time. I had to crash into a wall to finally figure out like the way I went about choosing women had a lot of errors in it.
No, this is a great question. Watch this. HAMP, why did you choose your wife?
That's a good. I like how I like that one.
Initially,
yes. Look at that smile. See, I trust him to be honest. Look. Yeah, let's go.
Man, she was cool, bro. She was pretty. She was cool. I like hanging out with her. You know what I mean? Sex. She was only supposed to come over on Thursdays and Sundays, but I started expanding her days. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying?
She
was a scientist.
Yeah, now she does have a doctorate, but that's not. But you know one thing. Nah, it was Beans on some real shit though. It was the stuff that because when I look right, I don't need I need her to like contribute to help me with like certain things, but it's like the care, the nurture, that presence of love, those are the things. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like people talk shit. Like you don't think that we get arguments and all that other shit, but it's just the point like how a woman make you feel, like, you know what I'm saying? Like just enhancing feelings, enhancing experiences. You know what I'm saying?
So one last question, and then we can throw it to Aaron. On a scale of, now let's not even do a scale, let's do a spectrum, right? So left being completely opposite, right being just like. Would you say she was completely opposite, just like, or somewhere in the middle, like your mother?
Me? Sorry, say it one more time. My bad. I thought you were talking to Aaron.
Would you say that your wife was the complete opposite, exactly like, or somewhere in the middle, just like your mom?
I would say like somewhere in the middle. I would say my mom got a lot more like feisty, like energy, like to her. But in terms of like care, that's like the big thing for sure. So I would say in the middle though. Beans, for sure.
The thing that you appreciated the most about your mom, she reflected.
Yeah.
See? Yeah. And I think, Shad, to that point, Aaron, you can answer the question. That's what I think men do. I think men tend to, find that reflective thing from their mother, those things that they like the most about their mother. And I think when they feel that vibe, that energy, I don't even think they notice it. It just sort of connects, and that's why they pick the one that they pick, right? Aaron, what about you?
Is she like my mother?
Yeah, both questions. What made you initially pick her, and then on that scale barometer of being like or unlike your mother?
So the first question I'll ask by really just what separated her from the other women, right? Because everybody can say, "Oh, she's pretty." I mean, why would you even ask for a woman's number? But like, what separated her from the rest is a level of, care, but deference, respect, appreciation. She kind of was the most consistent in making me feel like the hero I always tried my best to be. Right? She understood the effort. And she understood what I needed as a man, like as far as support to continue that. She understood what in life drove me and understood how to increase the presence of that in my life or make it so that nothing in my life took the presence of that away. I'm not saying that she had to be what drives me, but she knew exactly what it was and made it her mission to cultivate it or protect it at least. Right. So and a lot of her morals fit mine. I mean, we were morally aligned like that, you know what I mean? And that has a lot to do with our upbringing.
And would you say more like or less like your mom?
So if 1 is nothing like my mom and 10 is just like my mom,
I like this.
I would say kind of like Hamp as well, kind of in the middle, leaning towards like my mom. I would say like 6.5. If 5 is center, 1 is opposite, and 10 is alike, I'd say 6.5, 7. And the part that's different is opposite of Hamp. I think my wife is a little more fiery. My mother is just very demure and reserved, although she was like fucking with them Panthers, you know what I mean? She's back to wearing her natural now. She will make the 8 shake, but that's because she's calm. You're not gonna see, you know what I mean? Like my wife will fight you if you piss her off. It's to tell her, stop pissing me off, please, because this is just don't do this. My mom will let you weave a web of your own shit, and you know what I mean. But other than that, though, the same level of care, the same level of class, same level of support, all that's there. Same level of submission, but not unbridled submission. She definitely has the intelligence to make sure whatever it is she's submitting to in me ain't gonna fuck it up.
So
if there's advice or question, I understand why.
Damn, I gotta go.
Absolutely. So Shad, peep this. What we just heard from these two men.
Beans, I gotta get out of here.
Okay, Shaw, you ain't married, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so we just heard from the two married guys. What you just heard was that the reasons that they chose their women was how they made them feel.
Yep.
Think about that. And the women are running around trying to look a certain way and all this other stuff. And I gotta be this. And it's not even that. It's you make them feel a certain way, and somehow, some way, he's just gonna know intuitively that you're the one.
Yeah.
I had somewhere to add, but I know him got to run, so we'll catch you next time.
Nah, damn, I want to. I gotta.
No, him busy. You been busy all day today.
Yeah, I've been in and out with this. Man, my guys on the job fucking stuff up, regular shit. Not regular, they actually do a good job. They do a good job.
If I make a suggestion, us bigging up our wives the way we just did, can that be the final thoughts? Since you gotta go. I mean, it's a good note.
It's gonna be
I think it's a great note. I just think that it's just so weird. Like when people have so when they hear people talking, they think that we're reducing them down to something, right?
I was just about to say.
But it's actually the camera died right on time, right? It's actually a glorification of something, right? It's not to say that they are inept in other ways. It's saying these are the things that drew me closer, right?
Yeah.
And I just think that people gotta just listen intentionally because we're answering Bean's question directly on what he asked. He didn't say, what are all the great traits about your wife? He's like, what are the ones that made you say, okay, I'm staying here?
Right.
And so Beans don't just ask questions just to ask. So we answer based on what was asked.
Right.
You know? And so I think that that's cool. And for once, we saying good things. Beans was acknowledging how a man is being made to feel matters. And Aaron said that put a cape on the nigga. The cape halfway clipped in. The right woman clipped that bitch all the way in. Now you jumping off shit you're not supposed to and you end up at the hospital, but at least you felt like you could do it.
Right.
And we saying feel.
Yep.
And it shouldn't be nothing wrong with that. Not to say we move in our feelings, but how we feel when we get up in the morning, our intentionality in which we do has a much greater impact because I'm getting up positive.
Absolutely.
And it's just weird. I don't know, bro.
That's what I was getting at him. It's like that's the part when y'all do what y'all just did. If somebody chat, it's like they have I don't know, bro. It's just when they hear y'all talk positive and it's weird out here, bro.
It's like God forbid, you know. God forbid she ain't a scientist.
Right.
Hey man. Listen, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Let's finish the conversation in the Discord. I just got a 4:00 meeting, man. Beans, I love you. Shot, I love you. Aaron, I love you. You already know. Let's keep grinding, man. I think this was an awesome conversation holistically. I definitely want to assess it to see where we came out at, right? And whoever's right, let that person be right. And we all go with that, right? We all can't be right. We just bring in different ideas. We go with the best one, period. And then we keep going. And then we go assess the next thing and go with the best one. And then go again with it, you know? So let's just grind. I really appreciate y'all intellect and what y'all presented today. I certainly learned a lot. Let me read these super chats and we get up out of here. John Henry with it tonight says, you can't learn to be in a relationship if you haven't seen a good one in play or by listening to people on random panels who lack a background or good example of a successful relationship. I think you can. I think if you're intentional, you can learn what not to do. Certainly, right? So I think you'd be surprised what you can learn, even if the information isn't always what you want it to be. John Henry with the $5 says, at what point do women or men's, quote, choices become the topic of conversation as opposed to the fanciful deflection? Interesting. Aaron with the $2 says, Beans, you need to start a food truck. You cooking. See, the $1 with the $5 says, Beans spitting so much fire right now that Wi-Fi went down. John Henry with the $5 says, facts. Don't pick sides. People who don't know how to peer review information, they parrot from non-credible news sources, do pick sides. See, Rich, what's poppin'? Shalom. Shalom, everyone. I've been trying to send a super chat for the last 2 hours and finally fixed my shit. Y'all keep up the good work. Chrome Yashala, brethren, good to see you. Clips with the $5 says, I challenge everyone to go outside, look around, and see how many YouTube talking points are in plain sight. Share with us what you actually see. Ed with the $2 says, Beans stealing my talking points from 10 years ago. Aaron with the $2 says, I'll say it again. Gen Alpha safe with sway around. Gina with the $5. I always thought football was for wolves. My son ain't going on that field. He gonna end up in the ER. But I guess that single mother thinking. No, it is violent. I mean, it's definitely violent. My brother, she rich. Shalom, good to see you, man. Baseball players, route. Did I read this one already?
I think so.
Yeah, I played this one. Yeah, man. Salute to Jay Torres too, man. Hey, man, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Most High willing, we'll see y'all tomorrow. We got a dope ass show tomorrow. It's gonna be a good one, man. Hopefully, I can see y'all. I might go live tonight just to kick off Mondays with some music. We had a good time last time we did it. I only did it for like 45 minutes and shit. It's just like Mondays be so solemn sometimes. So play some upbeat music just to get us popping off in a week. But who knows? We'll see. Beans will be live. Beans, you go live at 10 o'clock?
No, I'm about to go live in like 5 minutes.
Beans about to go live in 5 minutes. Shad didn't put his just for me in his head, his beard. Drink.
I'm gonna keep it gangster.
And Aaron's still bald, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.